You don't need to learn everything in Kivy, just the parts that actually build raw apps. In this video, we're diving straight into the core 70 to 90% of Kivy, the widgets, layouts, and tools that you will use every single time you build an app. No fluff, no theory overload, just hands-on, practical Kivy that gets you building fast. So, if you've been wanting to turn your Python code into real touch-ready apps, you're in the right place. Let's jump into Kivy basics and start building something awesome. So we will start with the Kivy app, the main class that runs everything. You'll see how the build function method displays our layouts on our screen. Next, we'll cover layouts. Our widgets are arranged. We'll look at the BoxLayout, FloatLayout, GridLayout, and see how each one organizes your user interface differently. When you have more content that fits on one screen, you use the ScrollView to make it scrollable. Then we'll talk about widgets like buttons, labels, and images, the core elements of any app. We'll also look at Kivy properties, which lets the user interface automatically update when data changes. Then the ModalView. The ModalView will show us how to make pop-ups or alerts inside the app. Next, we'll check out Kivy behaviors, which add interactivity, like making an image clickable or draggable. We'll use the clock to schedule updates or animations that happen over time. Finally, we'll bring everything together and build a small demo app using these components. By the end, you understand how to combine layouts, widgets, behaviors to create small interactive Kivy apps. So let's dive in. So, using all the Kivy basics and the widgets we're gonna look at, right? This is what we're gonna create. So on the left side here on this blue part, right, this is gonna act as our navigation, right? And on top here we have the name of our app. This is a label, and this is going to be an image. So this is going to represent our logo, right? Then below it we have toggle buttons. So these are navigation buttons. So here we have the point of sale display. That's why we have this button with the state set to down, right? Then on the right, so this is going to be the main window part, and all the screens and everything is going to rotate here. On top here we have the name of the logged in user, their position, which is waiter. Then we have a profile picture, notifications button, and logout button, right? For example, let's click this one. So here you can see, are you sure you want to log out? Then we press no, right? Then below it, we have these information cards, right? And here we use an image to display the icon. And this is going to be desserts, so that's why we have this cake here, right? And here we have 4, right? And if you look down here, we have dessert 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Then here we have this and types of burgers 4 and so forth, right? Then below it, here we have 2 box layouts, right? And they are divided. So the one on the right, this one is gonna show our receipts, right? And the one on the left, on top here it is navigation, right? So here we have all, and we're gonna be seeing all the food products in our system, right? Then on this one it's gonna show burgers, so let's just click on it. Then we can see these 4 burgers, so let's click the next one. Then here we can see fries, so let's click this one and this one, right? So let's just go back to all. Okay, so this is all the food stuff that our fake restaurant sells, right? So all of these are buttons, right? So if you click on this, because this has an image and some text here, so there's an image, name, and the price. So if you click on this, then on the right you're gonna see that we have burger 1 inside our cart, right? And the price here it is, then the quantity, right? So if you press on it again, you can see the quantity increases and our total price is calculated automatically, right? So let's click another one, right? So this button on the right side of our card, right, this delete button, right, if you click on it you can remove the item from our card, right? And let's say here we have, right, so here we have 1 quantity for burger 2. If we click on the minus button and it goes to 0, the item is automatically removed from our cart also. So let me just display that. And in addition to adding these items, when we click these buttons, right, we can use this plus button to add the quantity, right? So let's just test that out. And as you can see, right, the prices are updated automatically, right? And this button, right, so this one, let's press cancel. So this one asks you, are you sure you want to clear the cart? And if you press yes, the cart is cleared, right? The price is resetted. So let's test this one out. So let's check out. Yes, right? So the sale is completed and the cart is emptied, right? And the total price returns to 0, right? So this is what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna create this using all the basics that we're gonna learn, right? And this right here, we used StackLayout so that we were stacking these, right? So depending on the screen size, you can see if you have a bigger screen size, you're gonna see more items appear here, right? If you have a smaller one, you're gonna see less items appear, right? Then for our cart, so let me just press these. We made use of GridLayout, right? Then we created a lot of custom widgets, right? Like this button, this toggle button, this info card, even this one displaying our food items. Then this table also, we're making use of our custom widgets, right? So why should you learn Kivy in 2025? Well, Kivy lets you build awesome cross-platform apps using just Python. That's right, one code base, and you can run it on Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, and even Linux. It's totally open source, super lightweight, and perfect if you want to go from Python scripts to fully interactive mobile or desktop apps. You can design beautiful user interfaces, add animations, and even use touch gestures, all without learning a new language. So, if you are ready to turn your Python skills into real, hands-on apps, let's jump right in and start building with Kivy. So you might be wondering, what is an app in Kivy, right? So in Kivy, an app is a special class or blueprint that controls your program. It's like the manager that tells Kivy what to do, right? It tells it what to show on the screen, how to respond when you press buttons, when to start or stop the program, right? So every Kivy app is built by creating a class that inherits or extends the app, right? So the app class comes from Kivy.app, right? So it's an inbuilt Kivy app. So how do we create an app, right? So if we open the Kivy basics folder, right, the one we downloaded from our GitHub repository, right, we're gonna see that there's this main.py file, right? So this one is empty, and we have this main.kv file, right? Both of them are empty, right? So let me just split this to the right like this, right? So to create our app, right, what we need to do, right, we're just gonna say we need to import. So we're gonna say from kivy.app import app like this, right? Then we're gonna say class. So let's call this main app, right? And it's gonna inherit from app like this, right? And here we're just gonna say pass like this. So now let's make it possible to run our main app, right, so that you can see it on the screen, right? Excuse me. So here we're just gonna say f underscore name like this is equal to, let's open quotes, then inside here we're just gonna say underscore main underscore, right? Put a semicolon here. Then down here we're just gonna say main app, put parentheses. After parentheses, we're just gonna say dot run, and let's put parentheses like this, right? So if we run this, you're just gonna see this screen pop up on our screens, right? And it's just black, right? Because there's nothing in the app, right? So it's just gonna be a black background, right? Just a black screen like this, right? So let's minimize this. So right here we have this main.kv, right? So this is where we're gonna be putting our kv logic, our kv logic, the kv syntax, right? So it's actually better for me, in my case, to use a kv file, right? So that you can just like design a little bit more better and make your apps look a lot better. But in some cases, right, so like when we're gonna be working on the user interface that we're gonna create after we do the Kivy basics here, right, you're just gonna see that some things we're just gonna be designing them using Python, right? But let's stick to using the KV file for now, right? So once we have the app like this, right, you can see that our main class, our main app class, right, it's named main app, right, and our KV file is just main.kv, right. So for Kivy to automatically detect this file, you just have to check in the name of the app that you created minus this app part, and you make it lowercase, right. So Kivy is just gonna detect this by default, right. But what we can do here, let's say we want I believe it's a safer way to import this file, right, so that we can read it. So let me just change this to main, and let's put a Z here, and let's put a Z here, right? Save it. So now, right, let's make this uppercase Z. Okay. So now Python is not gonna detect this Kivy file directly, right? So another way we can import this is using builder, right? So here, let's say from kivy.lang import builder like this, right? Okay. So after doing this, right, to import this, we just need to say builder dot load. So as you can see here, we have load file and load stream, right? So here we're just gonna load file. If you load stream, right, we're just gonna have to put the logic, like the KV logic, inside this file, right? But we just want to separate it so that we can just work a lot more easier. So here, let's say load file, and what's the file? Main.kv, like this, right? So now we've imported this, right? So to see if we have managed to import this correctly, right, let's import a layout. So here I'm just gonna say class, and I'm just gonna call it main window like this. Then inside here we're gonna inherit from a box layout. Then right here we're just gonna say pass, right? So if you're using a Python, right, you can easily import. So here, like here, we're just gonna say import, right? But if you're using VS Code or any other text editor, you're just gonna have to write from kivy.ux.boxLayout with a small letter, then import BoxLayout with a capital B and L, right? So let's go here, right, and get rid of pass here. Then here we're just gonna say define build, right? It's gonna take itself. Then just gonna return our main window, right? So let's put parentheses here. So let's copy this, Control D, Control C, then put less than sign, greater than sign at the semicolon. Then in between here, let's paste our class, right, main window. So here we have defined our main window inside our KV file. So let's save it. So to test if this works, let's just put a button in here like this. So let's just run it and see what we get. Okay, so here we have this button here, right? So another issue, right? So let's change this back to main app, right? And let's get rid of the letter Z, right? So if we run it, you can see now we have two buttons here, right? Because it's because we imported the main.kv file here, right? And this line here, right? Since our KV file is just main.kv, right? And our main class is just main app, right? Python and Kivy is gonna get rid of this app part and just remain with main. And if it matches with this main.kv, it's gonna import it again. So now we're gonna have two files imported. So it's more like we're gonna have two apps inside of it, right? So what I'm gonna do, right, I'm just gonna comment this out. Then we're just gonna use this, we're just gonna let it detect the main.kv file on its own, right? So another thing we can do inside our Kivy app, right? We can set the size of our screen, right? So to do that, right, we need to import something from Kivy. So here we're just gonna say from Kivy dot core dot window, right? We're gonna import window, right? So this one is going to be lowercase, right? Right. So here let's create two variables. This needs to be uppercase, right? So here let's create a variable. The first one we're just gonna call it height, right? And let's set it to 650, like this. Then let's create width. Um, let's set it to 400, right? Then now what we need to do, just gonna say window dot size, like this. We're gonna say it's equal to, so let's put a tuple here, right? Then inside here we're just gonna pass in our width and our height, right? Like this. So if we run this, we're just gonna see that the size of our screen is going to be reduced, right? So let's run it. Okay, like this, right? So now we've set the screen size of our app, right? So we can use this. Let's say you want to create a mobile app, right? So you can use this. So the other thing we can do with window, right? Let's increase this width to, well, let's say 900, right? Then our height, let's reduce it to 500, like this, right? So let's run our app and see what I'm talking about, right? Right. So as you can see, right, the width of our app has increased, right? But this thing is not like centered at the center, right? So what we can do with window, right? So let's minimize this. We can actually tell Kivy where to place this window. So right here we can say window dot left. Let's say it's equal to 100, right? So let's duplicate this. Then let's change the other one to top, right? So this doesn't place it at the center, but it positions it at a place that we want it to appear on, right? So let's just run it real quick. Okay, so now this corner here is like 100 from the top and same from the left side, right? So let's minimize this, but we're not gonna need these, so let's just comment these out like this. So the other thing we can do inside our main app, right? We can just add our fonts right now, right? So that we don't have to worry about adding them later. So we're just gonna be calling them from our main app. So here let's have three variables. So the first one is going to be body. So let's make this an empty string. Then let's duplicate it and paste it two more times. So this needs to be bold and this needs to be semi-bold, like this, right? So if we navigate to our assets folder, right, it's inside our Kivy basics folder, right? We have fonts here. So we have open sans, bold, regular, and semi-bold, right? So let me just copy this. Always copy path. Uh, okay. Let me get rid of this. And change this to / like this. Right. So let me copy this, paste it here, right? So the first one was regular, right? Like this. Then semi-bold is fine. Then bold. Right. So to test this out, right, let's inside our KV file, right, we have a main window and a button. So let's give this button some text. Let's say testing fonts, right? So let's put a exclamation mark here, right? Then let's copy this and paste it 2 more times, right? So let me select this. So here we can say font underscore name, right? Then here we're gonna say app dot, right? So for the first one, let's just set it to body, right? And this one, let's set it to semi bold, and this is going to be bold like this, right? So if we run this, we should see different types of fonts here. So let's run it. Okay, so as you can see, right, we have 3 different types of fonts, right? So now we've added our fonts, right? So let's minimize this and start working on our layouts, right? In Kivy, a layout is like a container box, right? That helps you organize widgets, that's buttons, labels, text inputs, etc, right? So it helps you arrange them on the screen. So think of it as a room where you decide how the furniture, which are widgets, should be arranged, right? For example, let's say you're arranging chairs in a classroom, right? And you can put them in a row, like students sitting side by side, or in a column, like a line, or in a grid, there's rows and columns, like a chessboard, or you can freely move them around wherever you want, right? So layouts in Kivy let you do that, right? They arrange your widgets automatically so that you don't have to calculate every position yourself, right? So in this tutorial, we're going to be looking at these main types of layouts, right? So the first one is going to be a box layout. Then we're going to look at a grid layout. We're going to look at a stack layout. We're going to look at an anchor layout. We're going to look at a float layout also, right? So let's look at our box layout real quick. So a box layout arranges widgets in a single row horizontally or a single column vertically. A box layout, it is the most commonly used layout, and it's great for menus, toolbars, forms, and stacking buttons neatly, right? So when we were working on our first app, right, we imported a box layout, right? So we're not gonna import anything for now. We're just gonna demonstrate what a box layout does inside the KV file, right? So if you let's run the app real quick. Right, as you can see here, we have 3 buttons, right? And they're arranged going right, they're arranged horizontally, right? So a box layout is orientation, right? And by default, this orientation is set to horizontal, right? So what we can do, right? So let's minimize this. Here we can say orientation, right? So orientation is a property of a box layout, right? So here we're going to say orientation, and by default it's horizontal, but now we're going to change it to vertical, right? And if we run this, you can see that our widgets, right, our buttons are arranged vertically, right? And also what we can do, right, we can say padding, right? So we can set our padding like for each left side, top side, right side, and bottom side, right? Or we can just set, let's say, for example, let's put 20 dp, right? So here, right, you can just put 20 without the dp and the quotes, right? But the problem with this is we have different screen sizes, right? So the best way to do it, if you want, let's say, something that you pose, you give a certain size, right? If you want it to remain that exact size on every screen, right, you're just gonna put display pixels, right? Because if you just put, let's say 20, right? Some screens are more pixels going vertically, right? So the size is just gonna differ on different screens, right? I learned that the hard way, right? Was I actually created my first app and I had it ready for a client, and once they had it in their system, trust me, the layout looked like I don't know. Right. So the best way we can do it, we can just say DP, right? Display pixels like this, right? So let's run this and see if we have some margin, right? So padding is more like it's put some margins around the box layout, and anything else that appears inside the box layout is gonna leave some space around it, right? So let's run this and see if we have some padding, right? So as you can see, we have 20 display pixels on top, on the right side, on the bottom, and on the left side, right? So what we can do, you can add padding here and not add it here or here, right? So let's minimize this. Another way you can add padding, right? So let me copy this, paste it, and comment this out like this, right? So let's say you say 20 display pixels like this, comma, then you say let's say 0, right? So if you do it like this, you're just gonna put padding on the left side, right side, then 0 on the top and bottom, right? So let's run this and see how this looks like this, right? So you can exchange these and put 0 at the start and 20 at the end, right? And the padding is going to be at the top and bottom. Another way you can do this, right? So let me comment this out. So you can say 20 here, right? Then 0, then let's say 5 display pixels like this, then let's say 100, right? Like this. Do we have 4 of them? Okay, so let's run it. So what we did, right? Um, when we add padding, right? Kivy in a box layout, it first puts it on the left side, right? Then the second one is the top one, the third one is the right one, and the fourth one is the bottom one, right? So this is how this works, right? So let's minimize this and let's comment this out and let's leave this one, right? So that we can have even padding, right? So what we can also do is add some spacing between widgets. So here, let's say spacing like this, and let's set it to 20 display pixels, right? And run this like this, right? So what we can do is you can add spacing on the right and in between them, right? But for now we only have these going all vertically, right? So let's add a box layout inside the box layout because we can do that, right? So let's change this one here, right? Let's change it to or what we can do, right? Let's just put a box layout here like this, right? Then let's put this button inside here. So let's tap it once, right? Like this. So now it's inside this box layout and it's no longer inside this box layout. So let's copy this and paste it 3 times like this, right? Then we'll space in here, right? The best way to explain this is when we'll be doing what we call it, the grid layout, but let's just add some space in here. So let's say 10 display pixels. So we left an A here. So as you can see here, right, let's run it. You can put a box layout inside another box layout, or and you can put it inside all the other layouts we're gonna be looking at, right? So you can embed the layouts inside another layout, right? And all these buttons are clickable still, right? like this, right? So let's minimize this. So let's say because if you look at our app, right, everything the sizing was let's up this to 20, right? So that it looks okay, right? So let's run this and so that I can explain with the thing on the script. As you can see that the size of this and this is the same, right? Because by default, if you don't give any sizes to your widgets inside a box layout, right? Box layout is gonna take everything and divide the size and the space evenly, right? But what you can do is you can reduce the size of these inside the box layout, right? Or you can reduce the size of these widgets, right? By giving a different size to the box layout that we put, right? So for example, right, let's say this button. To size this, you can just say size underscore hint, right? So by default, the width is going to be 100% and the height is going to be 100%, right? But what you can do, you can set the height to 0.1, right? Then it's going to take in 10% of the space that it was supposed to take. Then the remaining, which is this box layout and this button, right? It's going to take the rest of the space and they're going to divide it equally amongst themselves, right? So let's run it and see what I'm talking about. Like this, right? So this button is now taking 10% of its previous size, right? And these two, they've actually divided the remaining space amongst themselves, right? So let's minimize this. So what you can do, right? So let's say you don't, if you do it like this, right? Let me just run it again, right? So if we increase the size of this like this, right? You saw that this increased, right? The size of it. But let's say you want a size that stays the same, right? So let's minimize this, right? So here, let's say, let's put none here, right? Then underneath this, let's say height. So what's the height that we want? Let's say we want to give it like 40 display pixels, like this, right? So let's run it. Okay, so now the size of this is set to 40 display pixels, right? If we maximize it, the size is going to remain 40 display pixels. So let's close this, right? So you can do this with width, right? So let's change this to none, like this. Then here, let's say width. So let's set the width to 40 display pixels, just like this. So let's run it, right? As you can see that this button here is now set to 40 display pixels vertically and horizontally, right? Even if we increase it, it's gonna remain the same, right? So let's say you have these, right? None and none. So you don't have to pass these individually. You can just say size like this. Then here, let's put 40 display pixels. Then here, let's put 40 display pixels or 50 display pixels, right? And let's get rid of these. So if you run this, you can see that the height is set to 50 and this is set to 40, right? So you don't have to write width, then give it its own display pixels, then height its own display pixels, right? You can just do it like this. So let's say you don't have a problem with the width, right? So let's get rid of these here, right? So let's say you just wanna change the height, right? But you don't want to write size int 1 comma none. So here you can just say size underscore int underscore y, right? For the y-axis, and you're gonna set it to none. Then here you're just gonna say height and set it to 40 display pixels like this. So if you run this, right, you now have this button set with this height set to 40 display pixels, right? So now we don't have to worry about saying size int 1 comma none. You're just gonna say size int y is set to none, then you're just gonna pass in the height, right? Let's minimize this. Or you can just say get rid of this height and none, right? And just say 0.5. And if you run it, you're just gonna do the same thing, right? So you can do that with width also. Then this y is going to be size int x. If you run it like this, so this is gonna take in half, right? Because the one is representing 100%, right? So 0.5 is going to be 50%, right? So let's say you want to give this the width in display pixels. So here you're just gonna set to none, and down here we're gonna say width. Let's say 100 display pixels like this, right? So let's run it like this. You can see that our width is set to 100 display pixels, but the height is set to 100%, and everything is divided among these equally, right? So let's minimize this. So what else can you do with the box layout, right? You can give this a background color, right? So here we're gonna say canvas dot before, right? Then here let's say color, then RGBA, semicolon. Then here you can pass in an X code, or you can pass in an RGBA, right? So like 1 is going to be 100% or 255, right? So here let's put a tuple here and say 1 comma 1 comma 1 comma 1, right? So this is going to be red, green, blue, right? And this one is going to be alpha, right? So this is going to determine the opacity of our color, right? So after doing this, let's say here rectangle, right? Then here we're gonna say pause for position. We're gonna say self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size like this. So let's run this and see what this looks like, right? So now our background color is set to white, right? So the other thing we can do while we're at this, right? We can add an image, right? So here we can just say source, and let's open here with fonts open. Let's open images, right? Let's try BGY. So here let's say assets forward slash images forward slash VG underscore 1 dot, that's a PNG image. Okay, right? So if we run this, we should see an image behind our buttons, right? So now we have an image behind our buttons. Okay, so let's minimize this, right? So let's copy this, right? Let's not copy the source, let's just copy from here to here, right? Scroll down and let's paste it here, right? Tab it inside. Let's give this some padding so that I can display what I want to show you real quick, right? So let's set the padding to 20 display pixels like this, right? Let's change the color to red. So let's get rid of this and set it to 0 and this to 0, right? Then this rectangle, let's change it to rounded rectangle, right? Then let's give this some radius. So here, right, you can just put a number, like let's say 5, then it's going to take in 5. But if you just want to maintain like specific number like 5 display pixels, no matter the screen size you're gonna display this on, right, you're just gonna say DP, then parentheses, then let's say 20 display pixels like this, right? So let's run this and see how this looks. right? So now you can see we have a box layout within a box layout, right? And it has this radius edges, right? These rounded edges, right? So let's minimize this. So another thing we can do with this, right? So let's just pull up that real quick, right? So here that we pass when we're passing in the padding, right? We were setting it like for the right side, then the top side, left side, and the bottom side, right? But when we're passing in our radius, we're just gonna be passing in this corner first, right? The left top corner first, then the right top corner second, the bottom right corner third, and the left bottom corner lastly is the fourth one, right? So let's try that real quick. So let me just copy this. Then the top right corner, let's set it to 10, right? Then this one, let's set it to 0. Then the left bottom corner, let's say to 40, like this, right? So let's run this and see what this looks like, right? So you can see that when we are adding our radius, right, to the background of our box layout, right, we start from the top left corner, then the top right corner, then the bottom right corner, then the left bottom corner, right? So this canvas, you can edit in all of our box layouts, right? This background, you can edit in a grid layout, you can edit in a float layout, you can edit in a stack layout, right? So we're not gonna be looking at these at the end, right? Because you can just do the same thing we did in here in a float layout and other layouts, right? So the other thing, right, we can use is position it, right? So we set this first button to, we give it a width of 100 display pixels, right? So let's give this a position it, right? So we can position this at the center, right? Let's say center underscore X. Let's set it to 0.5. Then let's put center Y, right? Center underscore Y, right? And let's set it to 0.5. So what we did, right? Vertically we set it at the like 0.5, like then vertically we set it at the at 50% of our layout of our position, right? So let's run this and see if this works. But if you're using a float layout, this definitely works, right? So as you can see now, this button is at the center of the space that it's allocated at, right? So that's the other thing you can do with box layouts, right? So I'm going to close this and quickly look at a float layout. So a float layout lets you position widgets anywhere on the screen using relative coordinates, right? So let's just see how that looks like. So right here in our main video, right? So let's change this to a float layout, right? So we'll then support our float layout. So here we're gonna say from kivy.urx.floatLayout import float layout, like this, right? So let's add a button in here, like this, right? So let's give it a size int. Okay, let's set it to none, comma, none, right? So we have a typo here. Okay. So let's give it some width and some height. So here we're gonna say size. And let's give it some width of 100 display pixels. And let's give it the same height, like this. So let's run this and see how this looks. Right. So as you can see, this is a station on the bottom left corner, right? But if you want to position it, we have to give this a positioning, right? So that the float layout knows where to position this widget. So right here, let's say pause underscore int, right? Calibraces. Then inside here, we're gonna say central underscore x. So when we're working on box layouts, right? Excuse me. We set the center x to 0.5. So here, let's try 0.3. So it's going to be leaning a lot on the left side, right? Then let's give it some center underscore y. And let's set this to 0.7, right? So let's run this. Right. So as you can see, right, it said the 70% going upwards, right, and 30% from the left side, right. So we can set it to 0.5 and 0.5, and it's going to be centered at the center here, right. So even if we move here, right, it's just going to maintain those coordinates, right. So the anchor layout is a layout that anchors or sticks its child widgets to a specific position inside it, right. So imagine a photo frame. You can choose whether the photo sits centered top left, top right, bottom left, or bottom right inside the frame, right? So let's just import it real quick. So from kivy.uix.anchorLayout import anchor layout, right? So let's copy this and replace this, right? So what this does, right, is it only takes in one widget, right? For example, right, let's say this is our anchor layout, right? And here, let's say anchor underscore x, right? So this is going to anchor whatever we're going to put inside this anchor layout. The anchor x positions it at this place we want to position it horizontally, right? So what we have, right, we have three options, right? So let me just do this here, right, and add a comment, right? So anchor x has three options. So it has left, center, and right, like this, right? So we can anchor this at the center, like this, right? So let's duplicate this, and this needs to be y, right? So anchor y is three options also, right? Just top, center, and bottom, right? So what this does, right? So you're gonna give this the anchor x, right? Then we're gonna tell it, okay, fine, we need to anchor the following widget, right, at the center horizontally. Then this anchors it at the center vertically, right? So let's change this to bottom, like this, right? So let's add the widget. So inside here, let's add the button, right? And let's give it some size underscore int of none, comma none. Then size is going to be let's say 100 display pixels for the width and 100 display pixels for the height, right? So let's give this some text. So the text is going to be, let's just say button A, like this, right? So if you run this, uh invalid decimally true to your viewer. Okay, we didn't close this. So always make sure that you close your strings. If you put square brackets, make sure you close them. Parentheses, make sure you always put parentheses, right? So let's run it again. Right. So as you can see, we have this pattern, right? So horizontally, it's anchored at the center, right? Vertically, it's anchored at the bottom, right? So let's try and add another pattern. So let's select this and paste it here, right? So let's change this to button B like this. So let's run it again. Right. So with an anchor layout, right, it's usually takes in one widget, right? So even if you put 100 widgets, right, it's just gonna pile them at the exact same spot, right? So let's change the size of the other one. So this one, let's change it to 200, right? And this is going to be 200, and let's anchor this at the center. Right. So as you can see, right, button B is on top of button A, right? So with an anchor layout, you need to always have one widget inside here, right? So the best thing about it is you can anchor another layout inside there, right? So let's say you anchor layout in the center, right? So let's minimize this. Then here, and let's put a box layout. Right. So let's give it okay. Let's get rid of this. Close it, right? So let's select these two buttons, tap them inside our box layout, right? Then run this. So now we can see that we have two buttons, right? Because since our anchor layout only takes in one widget, right? So what you can do is you can use it to replace, let's say, a low a logo, right? You want it to be centered at the center of that space, right? Or you can just put a box layout inside of it like this. Then you can see buttons, or you can put a float layout, grid layout, whatever you want to put in there, you can now put it. But the parent of the whatever you want to put in there just has to be one widget. Then you anchor that inside an anchor layout, right? So let's close that and try to look at let's try grid layout. So a grid layout arranges widgets in a grid of rows and columns, like a table or a spreadsheet, right? So you tell the layout how many columns or rows you want. By default, widgets are then added one by one, left to right, top to bottom, right? So let's create an example of this, right? So let's change this to grid like this, right? So let's import our grid layout. So here when I say from Kivy.urx dot grid layout import grid layout like this, right? So let's get rid of these. We're not using these, right? Save it like this, right? So our grid layout, right? The most things we really need in here is calls, right? So let's set this to 2, right? Then let's give this some padding of 20 display pixels. Let's duplicate this and change this to spacing, right? So now let's add some widgets inside our grid layout. So let's copy this and Ctrl C, paste it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So let's run this and see how our grid layout arranges widgets. Okay, so we set this to two columns, right? So two columns is not like two rows, right? So here we have 1, 2, right? Then everything else gets stacked, just maintaining these two calls here, right? And we can say, let's change these two rows and see how that looks, right? Right. So we set rows to true, right? So this just maintains true, right? So even if we put 1,000 of these, right, it's just gonna maintain two rows, right? So the best way to use a grid layout is to use it like a table, right? So what do I mean by that? So here let's control Z and bring back calls, right? Then change this to 1 like this. Right. So now you have these, right? They are arranged vertically like this, right? So um after looking at the stack layout, right, we're gonna look at a stack layout after this grid layout. We're gonna use introduce a ScrollView, right? Then we can just display how we can use a grid layout to create a table, right? So that you can arrange whatever information or whatever we're gonna say, name, date of birth, address, phone number, email, blood type, whatever it is, right? You can just use a grid layout is best suited for that, right? Minimize it. So let's put pause and set it to 3, right? Like this. So like a box layout, like a grid layout, like an anchor layout, right? So you can add a layout inside the grid layout, right? So let's change this to a box layout like this. And let's give the box layout an orientation of vertical, right? Like this. Put some spacing. Since we don't have much room to work with, we can just increase the size of our main window, but let's not do that. So let's put the spacing here to 5 display pixels, like this, right? Let's reduce the padding and the spacing to let's say 10, right? So inside our box layout, let's copy buttons here, right, and press them inside our box layout. So let's select them, tap them once, right? So let's run this and see how this looks, right? So as you can see here, right, you can add a box layout inside the grid layout. You can add in whatever layout you can want inside of another layout, right? So always remember that, because we're going to be doing that when we are creating the point of sale for our restaurant, right? When we're done working on these Kivy basics, then we're going to be using whatever we learned to create that user interface, right? So that should be it for a grid layout, right? So with the grid layout, you can set the padding, right? The spacing between these, right? You can set the right one manually and the top one, or you can just set them at the same time, right? So let's just try that real quick, right? So here we have spacing, right? So let's say comma, and let's put 20 display pixels here. So let's run it, right? So as you can see, right, the left and right padding, right, spacing is set to 10 display pixels, right? But the top and bottom spacing is set to 20 display pixels, right? So it's the same thing when we were adding padding inside our box layout, right? Like this. So let's close this and look at stack layout, right? And we can start working on the more interesting stuff. Okay, so now let's look at a stack layout, right? So a stack layout arranges widgets like stacking blocks in rows or columns, right? When there is no more space in the current row or column, it wraps the widgets into the next row or column, right? So think of it like text wrapping in Microsoft Word. When one line is full, the next goes to the next line, right? So that's basically what our stack layout does, right? So let's just demonstrate this real quick, right? And see what that looks like. So let's get rid of this line here, right? And let's import our stack layout. So from Kivy.uix.StackLayout import StackLayout like this, right? So let's change this like this, right? So with the StackLayout, right? We can add some padding and some spacing, right? So let's say padding. So let's set this to, I like 20 display pixels. So let's use 20 display pixels. Duplicate this, change this to spacing, right? So now let's add some buttons in here, right? So here I'm just gonna say button. Then let's give it some sizing. So this is going to be sizing underscore. Nah, let's just use sizing and now comma none. So let's set our size, right? So for the width, let's set it to 200 display pixels. Then for the height, let's set it to 200 display pixels also, right? So let's copy this and paste it 10 times, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One extra for good measure. So let's run this and see how this works. Right. So as you can see here, right? So our layout, right, stacked everything like this, right? So it ran out of space from the right side. So the stacking continued on the bottom here, right? So if we increase the size of this, right, you're just gonna see that we're gonna have a lot of empty spaces. So let's maximize this, right? Like this, right? So this is how the stack layout works, right? So what about we have let's say let's try 20, right? Or 30 buttons, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create these inside the Python file, right? Then hit fit, right? Then we can see if we can just view all of them. So let's minimize this. Um, Let me get rid of these buttons here, like this, right? Then inside here, right? So here, let's say define underscore underscore init. So it's gonna take in self. But in Kivy, you need to pass in, so when I say star star keyword arguments, right? Then inside here, we need to say super, then parentheses. After parentheses, we need to say dot underscore underscore init. Then we need to pass in our keyword arguments, right? Like this, right? So what we're gonna do here, right? We added like 11, 10 buttons, right? So what we need to do is let's get rid of this pass real quick. Okay. So what we need to do inside this what do you call it? Inside this init function, right? We need to add a for loop, right? So here let's say for x in range let's try 20, right? So let's say 0 comma 20 like this, right? Semicolon. So now, right, what we need to do is we need to add the pattern, right? So just gonna say pattern with lowercase b is equal to pattern with uppercase b, like this, right? Then put parentheses. So inside this button, we need to give this button some text, right? So let's set our text to let's say string. So let's turn this to a string, right? So let's just set it to x like this. Let's import this button. So we need kivy.ux.button import button like this, right? So now we have some text. But let's give this some size int. So here it's gonna say size int. It's going to be, so this is going to be a tuple, right? And it's going to be none comma none, right? So if you're adding these, right, these widgets from Python, we don't use semicolon, right? We use equal signs here, right? So right here, let's put a comma. Then let's say size, right? So let's put parentheses here so that we make this a tuple, right? Right here, right? So inside .py file, right? We cannot do 20 dp inside quotes, right? So what we can do is we can import display pixels like we have key from Kivy metrics, right? Then we're gonna pass that inside our size here. So here, let's say dp. Let's put parentheses. Let's set it to 200 display pixels. So let's import this. We need from Kivy.metrics, right? So from Kivy.metrics, import dp, right? Like this. Okay. So let's proceed, right? Okay. So let's paste this. So what we need to do here after we've created this button, right? We need to add this. So here, let's just say self dot add widget. And what's the widget we want to add? Our button with lowercase b, right? Like this, right? So what we're doing here, right? If we put in a init function inside a layout, right? A layout class like this, right? So this is going to run as soon as we run our app. So this is what's gonna happen, right? So what's gonna happen is we're just gonna run this for loop, right? So this should give us 20 buttons, right? With a width of 200 display pixels and a height of 200 display pixels, right? So we're just gonna receive some text here, right? So X is going to be 0 here. So that's going to be the name of the button, right? So after doing this, let's just run this and see if we can see all of our buttons. Okay, so here we have our buttons, right? So if we increase the size of it, if we maximize it, we cannot see everything here. But if you have a larger screen than mine, you can see a lot of the stuff, right? So what I'm trying to display here is with the stack layout, right? It's just going to stack everything, even if it overlaps and it's larger than the screen that we can visibly see, right? So after doing this, right, what we can do real quick is look at a scroll view, right? So we're gonna use a scroll view to let's minimize this, right? So we have a widget called a scroll view. So a scroll view is like a window with a scroll bar, right? It allows you to scroll content that is bigger than the visible area, right? So if you look at our app, the widgets were bigger than the view area, right? So think of a scroll view like a long web page or a chat window, right? So you can scroll vertically, horizontally, or both. Right? And the scroll view can only have one direct child widget, right? Okay, so down here, let's create a class, right? So here you're just gonna say class, let's just call it scroll window, like this. Let's put parentheses first, and let's put a scroll view, like this. Right, and put pass. So we need to import this. Right, so to import it, you're just gonna say from kivy.ux.scrollview import scrollview, right? So let's select this and let's paste it on top here, right? Like this. Then put a semicolon. Okay. Okay. So after doing this, right, let's define our scrollview inside here. Why am I still getting pop-ups here? Okay. Now that's fixed. Okay, so let's put a semicolon here, right? And let's paste this here. So now we've defined our score window, right? And the reason we did this, right? So Kiv is just gonna know that we need to show this work, right? So now we have our scroll view window, right? So now that we have this, what we need to do inside is we need to import our main window, right? Then we're just gonna give this some size. Then we're gonna see if we can score and see the information fully, right? So here, let's say main window like this, right? So now we're importing this here inside here, right? So uh, a ScrollView only takes in one widget, right? And if we don't give the widget inside of it a sizing, right? Um, it's only gonna show what we have on the screen, right? But if we set it the sizing, let's say the height, we set it to soft or minimum height, right? So it's just gonna take the minimum height of that main window and display everything inside that main window, right? So here, let's say size underscore hint. Oh, let's set size into y. You're not gonna need to set the width. Okay, so we're gonna say none. Then the height. So we need to set this to soft dot minimum underscore height like this, right? So whenever you want to set the minimum height for the widget that you want to show, right? You always say self dot minimum height, right? So that it takes in the entire widget height, right? Then it gives it to the main window. Then the scroll view should show it, right? So let's try and run this and see if we did this correctly. Okay, so let's try scrolling. Okay. Why are we not able to scroll here? Oh, okay. Here let's return scroll window. Right, so let's try running it again. Okay, so now we can scroll it. So right here we can see everything up until 19, right? So if we let's reduce the size of this, right? So this is going to be longer, right? Like this. So now we can see this, right? Now we can have this without a defined minimum height, right? So if you do this, it's just gonna reduce. But if you do this, still gonna do the same thing, right? Then if we just increase it like this, we can just scroll like this, right? So this is how we can use the scroll view to display whatever we want to display, right? And later on in the video, when we're creating the user interface, I'm gonna show you how we can use the scroll view and the grid layout to create a table, right? So let's close this and just look at screens real quick. So an app can have multiple screens like a home, settings, and profile. Each screen is like a page in a notebook, and a screen manager lets you flip the pages you want, showing one screen at a time. So a screen is basically a container for widgets. Each screen is given a name, and this name is what is used by the screen manager to switch between screens, right? So right here, I got rid of some other text, right? Then the main window changed it to a box layout. So now let's change this, right? So let's put a greater than sign here, and here let's put less than sign. Right? So we've defined our main window. So this is a box layout, right? So for now, we don't really need this, but let's just keep it there. You can just put pause here, right? So let's give this main window some orientation, right? Or we can just leave it like this. Use horizontal orientation. Okay. Um, let's leave it like this, right? So inside here, let's put a box layout. Then let's give this some size int y, size int x, right? Of none, and some width of let's say 100 display pixel. Let's put 150 display pixels, right? Let's give this some padding of 10 display pixels. Okay, let's copy this and paste it below. Then change this to spacing, all right, like this, right? Then underneath this box layout, let's just put a box layout like this. Then inside this box layout, let's add screen manager like this, right? So let's give this an ID, right? So let's call the ID screen underscore manager. So an ID, right, in Kivy syntax, right? What this does, it allows us to code this exact widget from our Python file, right? So it's more like giving it an ID card, a name, or a fingerprint, right? So you're just gonna say screen manager ID, screen manager, right? Then inside this screen manager, we're just gonna put let's put two screens. So this one's going to be screen. Then let's give our screen a name. Let's call it screen underscore one. So let's copy this and paste it here. And this is going to be screen two, right? Like this, right? So what we have right now is we have we now have a screen manager with screens, right? So to demonstrate this, let's add some buttons inside this box layout so that they can help us change screens here, right? So right here, let's put a button, right? And let's say on press, right? So this is what happens when you press the button, right? So yeah, let's say, so we're just gonna call it by the ID, right? So screen manager dot current is equal to, okay, we have a typo there. So this needs to be screen underscore one. So let's copy this and paste it here. Excuse me. So let's give it some text here. So we're not gonna put some sizing and whatnot, right? We just wanna display something. Then after working on our screen manager, right, we're just gonna look at properties for like a minute. Then we're gonna look at buttons, labels, and other widgets in greater detail, right? So here, let's just do like a skeleton button, right? So this, we're just gonna call it screen one. So let's copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be screen two. So let's change this to 2 like this, right? So let's close this and this, otherwise we're gonna get an error. So inside the screen, let's add a button, right? So it's going to be empty, right? Then here, let's put a label, right? And let's give it some text. And the text is going to be, let's say, screen two. So let's give this some font size, right? So this should be, and there should be an underscore here, right? So here, let's say 35 scalable pixels, right? Then let's give this a font name. So let's say app dot to use let's put bold like this, all right? So let's try and run it and see if this is working and we didn't mess up anything. Then we can display how our screen manager works. Okay. Screen one. What do this screen one? Okay. Let's run it again. All right. Okay, so now we change those screens like this, right? Okay, so let's try adding some transition, right, to our screen manager. But before we do that, let's give this box layout some orientation. And like this, then set it to vertical like this, right? So let's give this screen manager some transition, right? So here we can have different transitions, right? So the most common, some of the common transitions you can use, right? So you can use slide transition. It slides left, right, up, or down, right? Then you can have fade transition. So it fades one screen into another. Then we have wipe transition. Wipe transition wipes like a curtain, right? Then you have follow transition. Old screen falls away. Then we have rise in transition. New screen rises in, right? So let's just try and do these just real quick, right? So let's by default we have slide transition, right? Because when we were clicking the buttons, it showed that the screens were sliding, right? So let's try fade transition, right? So let's put parentheses here. So let's try to run this. I think we need to import these transitions, right? Yeah, fade transition is not defined, so we need to import this. So let's scroll up. Let's reduce the size of this, right? So right here, right, on top of our main window here, let's import our transition, right? So here we can say hashtag semicolon, right? Then we're gonna say import fade transition like this. So we're gonna import it from Kivy dot Widgets dot screen manager, right? Dot fade transition like this, right? The screen manager. Okay, fine. Let's try to rerun it. Okay, right. So you can see it's fading in to another screen, right? So you can do the same for other screens, right? If you want to look at other transition methods, right? Well, I'm just gonna have a link to the Google Kivy documentation right in the video description, right? So let's close this. And we need to look at Kivy properties real quick. In Python, a normal variable changes only when you change it manually. In Kivy, we often want automatic updates. For example, when a slider moves, checkbox is checked, or a button is clicked. This is where Kivy properties come in. Think of Kivy properties like smart variables that shout when they change so that other parts of your app can react, right? So what we're going to do, right, let's look at some Kivy property examples real quick. So these are the examples of Kivy properties we have, right? If you want to import these, so let me minimize this. And just say from Kivy.properties import, so we have string property, numeric property, Boolean property, color property, list property, dict property, and object property, right? So string properties store strings, right? A text or strings. Age is a numeric property. Numeric properties store integers or floats, right? Boolean properties store false or true, right? List property, color properties store color properties. Like here we store them in RGBA, or you can pass in a X color codes. Then we have list properties. So this stores a list of values. And then we have dict properties. This stores dictionaries. Then we have object properties, right? So this is like any object or widget. So you can this to a function or something, right? So let's proceed with tutorial and we'll look at how Kivy properties work as we look at other Kivy widgets, right? So a button is a widget you can click or tap to perform an action. It's one of the simplest and most commonly used widgets in Kivy. You can add text, size it, change colors, and handle events when pressed, right? So inside our main window, right, we already have, so let's get rid of the space in here. Right? So we already have two buttons here, right? So we're just going to look at either button properties that we have, right? So here we have on press. So if we press the button, right, we are changing screens, right? But we can have on release, right? So this is what happens when you press then release, right? So on release. So right now we don't have the function part. Let's create it. So here we're just gonna say root dot. So the reason why we're calling root, right? We're calling this main window here, right? This one inside a Python file, right? So we're gonna put the function in here, right? So we're just gonna call it by root. So here we're gonna say root dot print underscore on release. If you have a better name for this, just use it, right? So on release, so let's put parentheses here, right? So let's create this function real quick. So here we're gonna say define, then paste our function name, parentheses, gonna take in self. Then here let's say print. So now we're just gonna print inside the what's call it in our terminal, right? Then later we're just gonna show a way we can just do something and display inside the label, right? So here let's just say Wilkin and put an exclamation mark here, right? Control S, right? So right here, right? So let me increase the size of this and run this, right? So let's press here, right? So here we should be able to change our screen. So let's change here, right? And press this. So we changed our screen. Then we printed working here inside the temp, right here. So this is how we can now call events using a patterns, right? Using on press, on release, and you can also use on hold, right? So a button can have many properties, right? So here, let's say font underscore size. So let's set this to 17 display pixels, scalable pixels, right? So that it adapts to any screen size, right? Then let's pass in some font, right? So you're gonna say font name is going to be app dot body, right? So we've done this before, right? So okay, fine. Let's show some more properties, right? So here let's put color, right? So what color does it? It detects it dictates the color of our text, right? So here let's say to white, right? So it's going to be 1,1,1, then comma 1 like this. So now that if you run this, the text should be white and the font size should be 17 scalable pixels and the font name should be body, app.body, right? So here we are this way. So you can see this one is a lot larger than this one. So let's reduce the font size. Let's set it to 12. Right? And the text is white. Oh, by default, the text for the button is always white, right? So let's change it. Let's change this one. Let's make it 0 like this. Okay. So now this is the color for a new button, right? So let's minimize this. A button has other properties, right? We can change the background color, right? So let's make this transparent, or let's make it blue, right? Then we change the text to white, right? So here let's say 0 comma 0 comma 1 comma 1, like this, right? So now we've changed the background color. Okay, so this is our button and now has a new color, right? We can have size int, we can size our buttons. So I always like putting our buttons like size int on top on whenever whichever widget I'm working on, right? So I just like putting size int. So let's set this to none comma none, then size, right? Or what we can do, we can just give the height, right? Since the current box layout, right, the box layout that has this button already has a width. So here, let's change this to size int y, right? Let's get rid of this here, and this needs to be height. Then the height, we're just gonna set it to 40 display pixels, right? Okay, so now we have our button here, right? So the reason why I put 40 display pixels, right, is that's the definite size of your finger, like when you press on a screen, right? Let's say using a touch screen, right? Because Kivy works on touch screens also, right? The same source code we're using, we can use it on desktop, Mac OS, mobile, and so forth, right? So I'm just using 40 display pixels because that's the size of a finger. So we're just gonna make the button 40 display pixels. So yeah, this is how we can work with patterns, right? And in Kivy, right? So later on, we're working on behaviors. We're just gonna create some custom buttons, custom toggle buttons, and whatnot, right? So let's proceed. So let's close this. A toggle button is like a normal button, but when you press it, it stays in a down state until you press it again. Think of a toggle button as an on or off switch, right? So previously we were looking at buttons, so we're just gonna use the same stuff we have here to show to display what we need to do, right? So with buttons, right, we have on press and on release and whatnot, right? So we're just gonna get rid of this line here. Then I'm gonna select everything from here to here. Then paste it here, right? So we're gonna change these to screen 2, right? Like this. Then these buttons, I'm gonna control D, right? Then change both of them at the same time to toggle button, right? Control S. So now we don't have on press, we have on stage, right? So we're just gonna select this, and this is going to be on state. So this is what's gonna happen when we press the button and we set the state to down. So down is more like on, then normal is more like off, right? So once we've done this, right, we can change our screens. But with toggle buttons, and in our example, we're gonna use it as navigation, right? So we need to give one button and set the state to down by default. Like whenever we open the app, the state is gonna be set to down. So since our screen manager always displays screens, taking the first one is going to be displayed first, right? So we need to make sure that the one showing screen 1 is set to down. So here, let's set the state to down like this, right? And to make sure that we can only click one toggle button, we can just give this a group, right? So we're gonna say group here, and we're gonna set this to nav, right? So let me just copy this line here. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So let's run this and see if this works. Okay. So this one is set to down, right? So let's click on this one. Okay, so now we've changed our screens, right? So our navigation works, right? So as you can see, if we click on this and this one gets disabled or set to normal, right? So let's just fix that real quick. So right here, let's say allow underscore no underscore selection. Then we set this to true, right? So let me copy this and paste it here, right? And run it again. So let's just add an empty box layout underneath this toggle button so that we push everything upwards. Like this. So let's run it again. Okay. Uh, this should wait. Did I say true? It should be false. Okay, this should be false. My bad. I hope you can bear with me on that one. Okay, let's run it again. Okay. So now, okay, okay. So now our toggle buttons are working, right? So when we're working on our behaviors, we're just gonna create some custom toggle buttons, right? So that we can add some icons and whatnot, right? Okay, so let's close this. In Kivy, a label is a widget used to display text. It's for showing information only, right? So in our previous example, right, we already have a label here, so let's tweak it. Let's get rid of this button, right? Then let's take this label and paste it here, and this one's going to be screen one, like this, right? Let's put a box layout like this, right? Excuse me. Let's give it some padding of let's set it to 100 display pixels, right? Like this, right? Then let's put our label inside this box layout, right? Okay. And let's scroll upwards in our main window, our main box layout. Let's give this a background color. So here we're just gonna say canvas dot before. Then we're gonna say color. Then RGBA. So here let's pass in a hex code. So RGBA, then parentheses inside open quotes, then hashtag and put 6 Fs like this, right? Then let's say rectangle, right? Then here we're gonna say pause. It's going to be self dot pause. Then size equal to self dot size like this, right? So we should have a white background, right? So let's run this and see what we have. Okay, so now we have a label, right? But we can't see our text here, right? So let's just work on that real quick. Minimize this. Scroll downwards, right? So what kind of properties do we have for a label, right? So here we already set the font size and the font name, right? Okay. Now let's set this to semi-bold. Okay. Right. So underneath our text, we can add some color, right? So let's set this to black, right? So this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 1, right? So let's close this and run it. Excuse me. Right. Okay. So now we have black text here, right? So what we can do, right? Let's say we wanna align the text to the left, right? So you're gonna say H align, right? And here you should be able to say left. Then V align should be center or middle, should be middle, right? Like this. But if we run this, it's not gonna work, right? So you're just gonna see that we didn't align the text to the left, right? So let's minimize this. So for us to do that, right? Let's say under text here, we're just gonna say text underscore size, right? Just gonna set it to self dot size, right? And we need to say markup, and we need to set it to true, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so now we have aligned our text to the left, right? So let's try top here. Where do we have? Okay, V align. Let's try top. Is it top? Yeah, should be top. Okay, so now we can position our text wherever we want it, right? So the reason we should be able to do this, we should do this, right, is sometimes let's say you're working with a table, right, and you want the text to be at the center, right? But then in some instances you want it aligned to the left side so that you can make use of the available space on the right side of it, right? So that's why we're doing this. Another thing we can do with text, right, is we can say shorten, then set it to true, right? Then we can say shorten from like this, right? Then we're just gonna say right. So this is an old Kivy property, right? I haven't used it in a while. I hope it works. So let's multiply this by 10 like this. Then let's give this a size it. What do we have size it? Okay. So let's take this 1, 2, 3 tabs, right? Then underneath that, let's put up an empty box layout so that we push the text upwards. Like this, right? Let's change this to body. Like this. Font size, let's set it to 15. So let's run it and see if that worked. Okay, so as you can see that our text was shortened here on the right side, right? So this is how we can work with labels, right? So now let's look at images. So let's close this. The image widget is like putting a photo frame on your app, right? We use it to display PNG, JPG, GIF, and even some animated images, right? So inside our example, right? So we're just gonna be using this example for a lot of stuff, right? So let's change this box layout and set it to image, right? So to display an image, you need to pass in the source, right? The path to that image like this, right? So here we're gonna say assets forward slash images forward slash. So excuse me. So let's just look at these assets, right? And look at images. So here let's take this one as burger underscore one dot jpg, right? So let's pass in this one. Okay. like this, right? So let's run this and see how our image looks. Okay, so here's our image, right? Um, let's set the orientation for this to vertical. Like this. Okay, so let's take this inside, right? And reduce the padding to 10 display pixels. So let's run this. Okay, so here we have our image, right? Okay, as you can see, it's not like properly lined with the edge of this Kivy label, right? This Kivy label. So let's close this, right? So for us to control how an image should be adjusted in our widgets, right? We should use a property called fit mode, right? So underneath our source here, we're just gonna say fit underscore mode like this, right? So we can have scale dash down, right? So I'm just gonna copy this, right, and paste it 3 more times. Then we can have fill like this. Then this one can be contain. Then this one can be cover like this, right? Right. So let's comment this one and this one, comment them out, right? So what scale down does, right, it maintains aspect ratio without stretching, right? So let's run this and see what this does to our image, right? Like this, right? Our image might be too large to display what we want to display, right? Okay, okay, let's minimize this. Let's reduce the height to 400, right? So let's run it. Okay, so now let's display fill, right? So fill should stretch the image to fill like the whole size of the image widget, right? So let's just run it. Okay, so fill stretches the image, right, so that it fills the entire space, right? So let's close this and let's comment out fill, right? So contain, let's look at contain. So contain maintains aspect ratio and resizes the image to fit inside the widget, right? So let's run it and see what that looks like. Okay, like this, right? It just maintains the aspect ratio of the image, right? So let's close this. And the last one is cover, right? So let's run it and see how this looks. Okay, all right. So cover maintains aspect ratio and stretches to fill the widget, right? And it may clip the image, right? So let's try, right? So as you can see, it clips the image, right? It just maintains the aspect ratio, but clipping the image like this, right? So let's close this. So looking at our images, right? We should have where is this thing? Okay, here it is, right? So we're gonna try and put this thing and see what we get, right? So when I say loading underscore dot gif, right? So save it and run it. Okay. So let's minimize this. Let's refer to scale down and let's run it. Okay, so here you can see we are loaded. This is a GIF, right? So we can use this when we're creating a login screen or a splash screen where you show your logo, your app name, and this thing, and right login at the bottom, right? So for more properties of the Kivy image widget, right, you can just refer to the Kivy documentation. The link is in the video description, right? The text input widget is a box where the user can type text. It's like the text fields you see in login forms, search bars, and comment sections, right? So let's create a text input widget, right? So underneath our image here, let's say text input, right? Like this. Um, let's give it a size like this. So let's paste it here, right? So let's up it to 80 display pixels like this, right? So then we just separate it from the rest so we can work with it with so much ease, right? Okay, this should be enough. Okay, so let's run it and see what our text input looks like. Okay, so here we have our text input, right? So let's write something in here, right? Okay, like this. Okay, so let's close this. So the same thing we did with our labels, right? They can give this some font size. So let's give it some font size of 12 scalable pixels, right? Then let's give it a font name. So we're gonna put app dot body like this, right? And let's run this, right? Okay. So now we have this font size like this, right? And the font name, right? So let's minimize this. So what we can do, right? Let's open this, right? So if you press tab like this, right, you can tab inside the text, right? And if you don't want to do that, you can just say right tab, right underscore tab, and set it to false, right? So inside here, right, if you look at this, you can see that our cursor is red, right? So you can set the color for this tab. So to change that, you just say cursor underscore color. So let's set this to black, right? So we're gonna say 0, 0, 0, 0, right? So let's close this. So this should make our cursor black. Then we're gonna say foreground, excuse me, color like this. We're gonna set this to black also, like this. Then let's copy this and paste it. This we should put 1 here because it's going to be transparent. Same with here. And this one we need to change it to background color. Like this, right? So let's run it and see what this looks like. Okay. So now we don't see anything behind us, right? Because we set the background to transparent, right? So now you can just type whatever you want to type. So the benefits of doing this is, let's say, let's put a box layout here, right? Um, let's give it this height, shift tab it like this, right? So let's say, let's give it some padding of 10 display pixels like this, right? So let's say here canvas dot before color RGBA semicolon RGBA parentheses quotes, then hashtag. Let's put F5 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 like this, right? Then here let's say rounded rectangle. So pause is going to be self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size like this. And let's give this some widgets. So let's give it some widgets of should we put let's try 10, right? Because it's for demonstration purposes. So let's put 10. So let's run it. Okay. So now we have this faint color, right? So let's make this one darker. Let's try okay, let's leave it like this, right? So we're just gonna demonstrate what we want to demonstrate. So what we can do, right? We can say when the text input, like the background is active, right? So we can just say background underscore active. So we're just gonna put empty quotes here, right? Because we don't want to do anything to it. So let's copy this line. Then let's change one of them to background normal. Like this, right? So this is going to be empty. And if you don't want to have like multi-lines, right? So for example, you can say multi-line and set this to false, right? So let's save this, right? So let's run it and look at what multi-line false looks like, right? So remember that time we were able to press enter and hop on to the next line. So now we can't do that, right? So the moment you press enter, they just then like stops you from typing, right? You will never hop on to the next line, right? So you can write as much as you want. It's just gonna keep going right, right? But then if you try to press enter, then it's a wrap, right? So let's minimize this. So let's say here we want to take in the input that we put here, right? So let's give this text input an ID. So just gonna give it an ID of text, right? So let's say it let's just say text underscore input like this, right? Excuse me. And also we can give this some hint underscore text, right? Some hint text. So let's just say this is test dot like this, right? Then let's add a button. So just gonna put a button without any special customizations or anything, right? And let's give it a size hint. So let's just shift tab this once. Then here we're just gonna say on press, right? Just wanna say dot and let's say print out text input, like text underscore input like this, right? So here we should have an underscore like this. Control D, Control C. So underneath this define print on release, right? We're just gonna say define, then paste this here, right? So this is gonna take in self. So yeah, let's create a variable and just call it text, right? So text is going to be for us to fetch this ID, right? And fetch this text input, right? We need to say self, right? So self for this main window, right? Then we're gonna say ideas for IDs. Then we need to pass in our ID name. So text underscore input. Then what are we fetching from text input, right? We need to fetch some text. So here we're just gonna say text like this, right? So now let's try printing this inside our terminal. So here we're gonna say print text like this, right? So let's run it and see how this looks. What's happening? Okay, let's minimize this. Okay, let's scroll up, right? So this button. Okay, let's look at it. Box layout. So let's select this and this, then tab it once, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so let's put some text in here, right? And click here. We are not fetching the information. Okay, we forgot to put parentheses here also. So let's run it. But let's put some random information. Okay, so now we have our information in here, right? Right. So we can just use some of this code here to create some text input widgets, right? Of our own, so that we don't have to put a lot of information. But we're gonna do that when we are looking at our behaviors. A model view is a type of pop-up window that shows content on top of a current screen, right? When it's open, the user cannot interact with the rest of the app until that window is closed. For example, let's say you try to delete something and you show pop-up shows up, right? So let's just demonstrate how you can do this, right? Create a pop-up using ModalView, right? So to do this, we need to create another class. So underneath here, right, we're just gonna say class. So let's call this pop-up confirm pop up, right? So let's put an M here. Then this is gonna init it from a ModalView. Like this. Then we need to put a semicolon here. So we should have some text, right? And the text should say, are you sure? Let's say, are you sure we want to delete this? Are you sure we want to complete this? Are you sure we want to add this? Something like that, right? So let's create a variable, right? And let's call it title. So I always like to call it title. So title is going to be, remember when we talked about properties, right? So title is going to be a string property, right? Then we're gonna need a callback, right? So this is going to be an object property. So this is what's gonna happen whenever we um agree with the prompt or do something with the prompt, right? So this is going to be a callback. So this is going to be an object property, right? Then inside parentheses, we need to say allow none and set this to true, right? So in case we don't have an object attached to this callback, right? We're not gonna get any errors. So now let's import our model view. So from kivy.ux.modalView, import model view, right? So inside our kv file, let's close this, right? Let's define our confirm pop-up, right? Let's put a semicolon here. Let's copy this and paste it here, right? So just to demonstrate how this works, right? What we can do is you look at main window, right? So let me just create some space here for the line of hashtag. So this is how we comment in Python, right? So it's the same way we comment in Kivy, right? So right here, let's create a real function. And let's say define, let's just say open pop-up, right? Like this, and my checking self. Then inside here, right? Inside this function, we're gonna say pop up. So pop-up is going to be, we're gonna say it's equal to this confirm pop-up, right? So let's paste this here, right? And put parentheses. So let's try and populate these two here. So here we're gonna say pop-up dot title is going to be you show then blah blah blah, right? So let's put a question mark here. So now let's let me get rid of this. Okay, so now we need to say pop-up dot callback, right? So here we need to say self dot app. Let's just say print underscore something, right? So we're not gonna put parentheses here because we don't want this to run before we call the callback, right? So here we're gonna say define. So let's paste this print something. So this is gonna take himself. Let's just put a star args like this. Then inside there, let's just print working. Right. So let's put an exclamation mark here. So what we can do, right? Let's change this box layout to a float layout. So let's import, let's change this to float, and let's change this to float layout like this, right? So the reason why I changed this to a float layout is I want to put a button in here, right? Like this. Then let's give it some size int. So size int underscore. Let's just put size it because we need to give it a width and a height, right? None, comma, none, right? Then our size. So our width, let's set it to 100 display pixels, right? Then our height, let's set it to 40 display pixels, like this. And let's give it some text. So we're just gonna say press me, right? Like this. Then on underscore press, we're gonna say set it to root dot we call it open pop-up. So let me just Control D, copy this, then paste it here, put parentheses, right? Like this. So let's try and run it and see if we can get something popping up here. Okay, invalid syntax 40 dp. Okay, so this should be a comma. Okay, so let's run it again. Okay, we forgot to give this some size hit, right? So let's press this. Our pop-up is not opening, right? Okay, first let's give this some position hits. So here let's say pause underscore int. Curly braces. So inside here let's say center underscore x. So when I set this to 0.5, right? Then center underscore y. Let's set it to 0.5 also. So this places the button at the center, right, horizontally and vertically, right? So back in our main.py file, right, we need to say pop-up dot open, right? So that we can, if we click on it, it opens. So let's run it again. Okay, moment of truth, right? So here we have this model view, right? So now it's open. So what we can do with this, right? Let's try and style it inside our KV file, right? So that we can be able to even close it. So let's close this app and reduce the size of this like this. This should be fine. So right here, right, inside our confirm pop-up here. So you notice that when we opened our pop-up, right, we had this gray background color, right? So what we need to do here is we need to get rid of that. So I'm just gonna say background, then put empty quotes like this, right? Then we're gonna say background underscore color. Then we're gonna set this to transparent like this. So inside here, we're gonna say 0, 0, 0, 0, right? So now it's transparent. So with the model view, right, it's always best to put one widget inside of it. So here, let's just put a box layout, right? So here I'm gonna say box layout like this, right? So I'm gonna copy this here, then paste it here so that we can speed things up a little bit, right? So this box layout, right, we're gonna give this some padding, right, of 20 display pixels like this, and we're gonna give it some spacing of 20 display pixels like this, right? um let's make this rounded rectangle, right, and let's give this some radius of let's say 20 display pixels also. So let's maintain 20 display pixels here like this, right? So now, right, if we run this, we're just gonna see a little bit of spacing in the bottom, right? um Not really, we forgot. Okay, so let's give this box layout some size into it. So I'm gonna say size int, and it's going to be none, comma none, and here we're gonna say size, right? So for the width, let's set it to 400 display pixels. Then for the width, let's set it to, let's try 125 display pixels like this, right? So mm, let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Like this. So let's run it and see what we have for now. So let's press on it. Okay, so now we have this pop-up, right? Okay, so let me just finish working on this pop-up, right? Then you can see exactly what we can do with models, right? So let's close this. Let's go downwards. So inside of box layout, right? The first thing we need, let's put a label like this. So let's give it some text here. So remember here we have title, right? So our text is going to be a root dot title, right? So let's give it a font size, and our font size is going to be let's say 11 scalable pixels, right? Then font underscore name, let's say app dot body, like this, right? Then underneath our label here, let's put a box layout like this, right? So let's give it a size int y. So size underscore int underscore y, it's going to be none. And our height, we're gonna say to, let's say 40 display pixels, like this, right? So inside here, let's add some buttons, right? Um, so the first one, let's just put some text, and the text is going to be, let's just say no, like this. So let's copy this, and the other one, let's set it to yes, right? So let's add on press here. So on underscore press, just gonna say root dot dismiss, right? So we don't have to create this dismiss function because it's already built inside the model view, right? So we're not gonna create it inside our confirm pop-up class, right? So we're just gonna leave it like this. Then let's copy it. I'm gonna copy it like this, right? So here, right? Let me do this. So here you can say root dot, then we're gonna call our callback here, right? So we're gonna say callback, then parentheses, then inside parentheses, we're gonna pass in self, like this, right? So like this right now, we have two buttons. This one dismisses the pop-up. This one calls the callback, then dismisses the pop-up, right? So let's run it and see how this looks. And now it works also. Like so, let's click here. Okay, we messed up something. Unknown class name buttons. Wait, this should be button. So let's run it again. Okay, press me. So now we have buttons, right? I think the reason why we're not seeing some text here is because the label is the text is set to white by default, right? So here, let's just say color. So 0,0,0,1, right? So let's run it again. And in here, we can add some spacing so that it looks okay. So spacing, let's set it to 20 display pixels, right? So let's run it. Right, okay, this looks okay. Are you sure you want to blah, blah, blah? No, then it closes. Then are you sure you want to blah, blah, blah? Yes, right? So it closes, the self.dismiss is ran, and we call this function, right? So this is what we can do with model views, right? We can do a lot of stuff with this. So, okay, this is done. Let's look at behaviors so that we can create some custom widgets. Then we can start working on our user interface. So behaviors are not visible widgets like a button or a label, right? They're special small classes you can add to other widgets to give them extra powers. If we add button behavior to an image, the image becomes clickable like a button. Think of behaviors like superpowers you can give to widgets. In this tutorial, we'll focus on button behavior and toggle button behavior. So to work on this, right, what we need to do inside our Kivy basics folder, like our parent directory here, right, we need to create a directory in there, right? And let's call this directory widgets, right? So inside this widgets folder, we need to create some directories, right? and let's create a Python file. So I'm just gonna call this Python file buttons dot py, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna create these custom buttons, right, using behaviors inside these buttons.py. No, excuse me. So here, let's get rid of main.kv here. We're gonna use it later. So let's drop this to the bottom and put this here, right? Right. So here, let's create a class, right? So the first one, let's start with the button behavior, right? So let's create a custom button. Just gonna call it custom button, right? If you have a better name for this, use it, right? Because I'm not really good at naming things, right? So just have to bear with me on that one. So here we have a custom button, right? Then this custom button should have an icon and some text, right? So you're just gonna say icon. So our icon is going to be string property, right? So let's import this like this. So let's duplicate this, and this needs to be text, right? So inside here we need to import a box layout, right? But if you're using behaviors, right, it's always important to first inherit from the button behavior, right? So let's import this. Okay, excuse me. Right. So now we have a custom button, right? Let's just copy this and paste it below here, right? So this is going to be like a navigation button, right? So let's call it a navigation tab, like this. So it's gonna take in an icon and some text, right? So this one we're gonna need toggle button behavior, right? So here, let's say toggle button behavior like this, right? So it's imported here. So if you're using VS Code, we're just gonna say kivy.uix.behaviors import button behavior, comma, and toggle button behavior like this, right? So after doing this, we're gonna need to work on our KV syntax, right? So let's just put a comment here so we can separate this. Then let's put another one here. So remember what we did when we first created our app, right? So we need to say from kivy.lang import builder, right? Like this. Okay. So now that we've done this, we need to say builder dot we need to say load string, right? So we're not gonna create another file, we're just gonna create the KV syntax inside here, right? Because at first, like we saw how to import the file, right, using builder. Then we just use the default way of just importing it as long as the name of the main app and the KV file are the same, right? So now we're trying out the third way, right? Loading the string, right? So here, let's put triple quotes like this, right? So inside here, let's define our custom button. So let's put less than, greater than, and a semicolon, right? And let's put this here. So let's copy this and paste it below it. Create some separation. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it here like this, right? So if we look at our class, right, let's first look at navigation tab here, right? So we added this toggle button behavior, right? But this is a box layout, right? So what this is going to do, right? So it's going to be like a combination of a button and a box layout, right? So since it has a element of a toggle button inside of it, right? So we need to say background underscore normal, right? I'm just gonna set it to empty quotes, right? So let's control C, control V it. So this one is going to be background down, right? Excuse me. So we're gonna need background color. So let's set it to transparent, right? So this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0, right? So let's close this, right? So after doing this, right, we can add some padding. So here we can say padding, right? And let's set it to 5 display pixels, right? Then let's give this navigation tab some size in Y, right? So let's set this to none, and our height, let's set it to 50 display pixels, right? So we need to get rid of one Y here, and this needs to be inside quotes like this, right? Because we're gonna have 5 display pixels padding on top and the bottom, but we just want to make sure that we're gonna add an icon, right, and some text. We just want to make sure that the icon and some text gonna have some height of 40 display pixels. Then we add some padding of 5 display pixels. So hopefully this is gonna look good, right? So the other thing we did with our toggle button was we put that allow no selection, right? And we set it to false, right? So we're gonna make sure that we always have one navigation tab selected, right, with the state set to down, right? So now that we've done this, right? So here we're just working mostly on the toggle button side, right? But now let's add the background color. So here we're gonna say canvas dot before, right? So here we can say color, then RGBA. Then here we need to say, let's see. We can make it transparent, right? So that if the state of the toggle button is like normal, right, we can set the background to transparent, right? Let's try that. So here we're gonna say 0, 0, 0, 0, right? Then we're gonna say if root dot status is equal to normal, like this, right? Then else when I say 0, 0, 0, let's set it to 0.8, or let's say 0.08, like this, right? So it's going to be like really faint gray color like this. So down here, right, let's say rounded rectangle. Then let's give this some pause. So this is going to be self dot pause, then size is going to be self dot size. Then let's give this some radius, right? So let's give it some radius of 5 display pixels. I like this, all right? So it matches with the pending, right? So now that we have this box layout and the Python combined, right, we can actually design this thing to look great, right? So inside here, let's add a button or an icon. Let's add an icon, right? Um, let's put a float layout. Let's create some space, okay? Semicolon here, right? So let's give this a size int x, right? So just give this some weight. So size int x, we might say to none, and our width is going to be self dot height like this, right? So what this does is just makes the float layout a square, right? Then inside this float layout, we're gonna add an image. Then the source is going to be, let's look at our icons, right? So we have burger, console, check. Let's try horse.png, right? So this is going to be in assets / icons / pos.png, right? Then let's say fits underscore mod. So this is going to, let's set it to fill, right? So underneath our float layout, let's put our text, right? Let's put a label. So the text is going to be from root dot, we called it what? Text, right? So let's paste this here. This needs to be root dot icon. So we're gonna pass in the, what do we call it? We're gonna pass in the icon, right, from the KV file, right? Okay, so let's leave it like this. So here, let's just put some text like this. Um, eh, let's leave this like, I'll leave it like this for now. Let's open my main.kv. What do we have? Okay, here. So right below this import here, right? Let's say import, what would we call it? Navigation tab, right? From the widgets dot, how do you call it? Buttons dot. So let's paste our navigation tab, right? Okay, so let's change this one to, copy this, and let's create a box layout inside here, right? Let's give this an orientation of vertical, right? Then we need to get rid of this button here, right? And let's give this some spacing or not. Okay, let's leave it like this. So let's give this a size int x of none, and our width, let's set it to 125 display pixels, right? Let's say, so our spacing is 10 display pixels, right? Then now let's add this here. So this here, let's say our icon is going to be coming from assets / icons / pos dot png, right? Then our text is going to be point dash of dash sale, right? Then let's say state, let's set it to down, right? Then we need group, so we're gonna set group to nav like this, right? So let's copy this and let's paste this here. So here we have staff, right? So let's change this to staff, right? So let's change this to staff also. Then let's get rid of this state here like this, right? Then underneath our navigation tab, let's add an empty box layout, right? Okay. So now let's duplicate this. Then we need to shift tab this once, right? Then let's give this a background color. So let's copy this and paste it here. Okay. Let's get rid of this. And here it's going to be 0, 0, 1, 1, right? So this is a blue color. So let's get rid of this here. So let's try to run it and see if our navigation tabs are working properly. Okay. We forgot to close this. Where do we have it? So let's run it again. What do we have? Okay, right here, right? 0, 0, 0, right? Where do we have the issue here? There's no attribute status, right? Root dot state. Okay, so here we have this, right? We just need to make sure that these icons appear next to these toggle buttons, right? So let's minimize this. So right here, let's change this to ones, right? So it's going to be like a very light whitish color, semi-transparent whitish color, right? And here, let's give this a positioning. So pause underscore int, right? So inside here, we're gonna say center underscore x. We're gonna set this to 0.5. Then center underscore y. We're gonna set it to 0.5 also, right? So let's save it and run it again. Okay, so now we can barely see this, right? So when do we have this? Let's set this to 0.2, right? Okay, so this is how we can create some custom toggle buttons using behaviors, right? So a toggle button isn't that much different from a button, right? So this is just create it, then move on to creating our custom widgets, the ones we're gonna be using to create our user interface, right? So let's up this 2.4, right? Then let's copy this. Let's just copy everything, right? Then let's paste it here, right? Then let's get rid of this allow no selection, right? So with this, our custom button should be fine, right? But we need to deal with these labels so that they will look okay. So we're gonna do this in the next part when we're creating our custom widgets, right? Okay. Save it. Okay, great. So let's continue creating some custom widgets, right? So what we're gonna do with this label, right, is let's inside the widgets folder, right, let's create another file. And let's call this one labels, right? So inside labels, right, let's import so we're gonna say from Kivy dot UX dot label import label, right, like this. So we're gonna need a builder. So we're gonna say from Kivy dot lang import. Oh, but this shouldn't be in caps, right? So from Kivy dot lang import builder, like this, right? So now let's load our string. So you're gonna say builder dot load string, like this, right? So you're gonna have a custom label, right? So yeah, let's just say, so let's define it inside our KV string, right? So yeah, let's just call it custom label, like this, right? So we're just gonna do what we did earlier when we were talking about the label, right? So we're just gonna put it in there so that whenever we creating a label, right, we're not gonna type it out every single time, right? So yeah, let's say text underscore size. We're gonna say this is equal to self dot size, right? So when I make sure that we can be able to position our text on the left, on the center, on the right, on the top, on the middle, or at the bottom, right? So yeah, let's say markup. We're gonna set this to true, right? Then let's say should we add shorten? Since we're going to create like a table, right, with custom rows, right, we might need to shorten some things. But let's just put it in the just in case. So shorten, let's set it to true, then shorten underscore from. We're gonna set this to right, like this. Then should we give this some color? Let's say H align. So H align, let's align it to the left by default. Then V align, this is going to be middle, like this, right? So should we add a color now? So let's add a color now, right? So by default we're gonna have a black color, right? But then we can override it. Let's say we want a certain color to be gray or red or blue, something like that, right? So color, let's just set it to black, right? So it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 1. So let's close this. So now let's create our class, right? So here we're just gonna say class, we called it custom text, custom label. So it's gonna inherit from a label. right? So we don't have to put anything here. So we can just say pass like this, right? So now we have a custom label. So what we need to do is what do we have? Main.kv. Okay, here we have it. So let's scroll to the top and let's import it. First check semicolon, then import custom label from widgets dot labels dot. So let me paste this, right? So now we've imported this, right? So let me copy this, then go to buttons.py, right? So I'm gonna replace this one. Right. So since by default our custom label is set to black, right? So let's add some color here. So here let's say color. We want this to be white, right? So it's going to be 1,1,1,1, right? So let's close this. Then let's press enter, right? We're gonna need to give this some font size. So font size. So let's set it to 13 scalable pixels, right? Then we're gonna adjust it if it's too much. Then font name underscore. So for font name, I'm thinking of putting out semi-bold. If it's too much, we can just let it to bold, right? So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, so our image is quite huge, right? My okay, excuse that. Minimize this. Let's look at main, right? Let's up this to wow. Okay, let's leave it at 125, right? Then inside labels, it was labels or patterns, right? Let's reduce this to 12, right? Or 11. Then we need to add some spacing here, right? So let me select this. So spacing, let's set it to 10 display pixels, right? Then let's reduce the size of this to 40 display pixels. So let me just Control D and select this so that you can edit them at the same time, right? So let's run this again. Okay, so this is looking a little bit better, right? Our icons are not looking too good, to be honest. This staff one is not looking too good. This one is okay, right? So I'm thinking of what we can do with these two buttons, right? These two navigation buttons, right? Let's go to main first. Inside here, I'm just gonna add some padding, right? Then the top padding, I'm just gonna set it to the left and right padding. Let's set it to 0, right? Then the top and bottom padding, let's set it to 20 display pixels. I just wanna check something out real quick. So let's run this. Right. Okay. Let's let's go to patterns, right? So let's get rid of this radius here. And let's change this to just rectangle. Right. Let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, so we can just have the toggle button just looking like this, right? But this icon, man, it's killing my vibe, bro. I don't wanna lie. But anyways, let's proceed. Now we have a custom label, custom button, custom text field. Let's see what else we might need. Oh, okay. I just saw this line here, right? If we run this, right, this one is gonna give us an error because this the button doesn't have state, right? Our custom button doesn't have state, so we need to change. Okay. What we can do, right? We can add a color property so that we can just give this button, excuse me, some color, right? So here I'm just gonna say root dot I'm just gonna call it bg underscore color, right? So let me control D, control C this. Okay, so let's add the color property here. So this is going to be from Kivy dot properties import color property here, right? So now we should be able to pass in our own color. Okay. So what else might we need? We might need like an info card, right? So this is like just telling us, okay, how much of this we have in the system, how much of this we have in the system, right? That might be a good thing. It might look good for a system, right? So inside the widgets folder, let's just create it real quick. So let's call it cards, right? So it's going to be cards.py. So I'm going to navigate to labels and control A, control C, right? Then go back to cards.py and paste this here. We're not going to need this text in here. Then this custom label, we're going to change it to info card, right? So that's what we're going to call our widget, right? So we're not going to need this here, but let's just change this to a box layout, right? Because with this info card, we're gonna look at a box layout, we're gonna look at a label, a float layout, and an image. We're gonna need an image also. This needs to be a box layout. Okay, fine. So we need to pass in an icon, right, to our info card. That will be our image. So we're gonna say icon, and this is going to be a string property, right? Okay, so let's duplicate this. So we're gonna need an icon. We're gonna need a title, right? This needs to be lowercase, like this. We're gonna need the info. So more like the title is gonna be like, let's say, for example, total burgers, right? So then the info is going to be the number that we have, right? So this, let's set it to this one. Let's just call it info. Then we're gonna need a background color, right? So this one, let's just say BG color, like this. So this one is going to be a color property. So let's remove the string part and put color like this, right? So we're gonna be using this to, let's just import this. Okay, so let's say it. Or what we can do, right? We might not need to add the background color, right? You can just make the widget white, then give it a thin line, a thin borderline. Yeah, that can work. Because that's what I'm thinking, right? Because we give it a color, right? Our icons are images, so we cannot change the colors, right? So there is there is the guy, it's called Kivy Garden. Yeah, it's called Kivy Garden, right? There's some icons, but for now we're just dealing with basics, right? For icons, let's use images, right? So what we're gonna do here is let's define it inside our KV string, right? Excuse me. So here, right, since this is a box layout, right, we need to give it some orientation. And let's set it to vertical, right? Let's give this some padding. Let's give it some padding of 20 display pixels, but 20 is going to be too much. Let's put 10 display pixels. All right. Let's give this some spacing too of 10 display pixels. Let's maintain 10 display pixels. So we were talking about adding a background color, like a thin borderline, right? So we can do line, right? But then the simplest way, let's just do this. So let's give this a background color, right? Canvas dot before. So here we're gonna say color, then RGBA. It's going to be RGBA. Let's put parentheses here, right? Then quotes. So let's first try C4, 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 right? Then here, let's say rounded rectangle like this. So pause is going to be self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size, right? Then our radius, should we put 20? 20 looks fine, right? Because it's gonna have some nice rounded edges. So let's put 20 display pixels here. Like this, right? Excuse me. So what we're gonna do, right? Right here, we're gonna put a box layout. Let's shift tab. So let's put it here, right? Okay, so our box layout, right? Let's copy this whole thing here and let's paste it here, right? So let's tap this inside once, right? So we can get rid of this orientation up here, the spacing, right? Let's just keep one display pixel like this, right? And okay, so everything else can, yeah, we can keep these here. Then let's change this one to white. So that's 6 Fs here. Okay, save it like this, right? So now that we have these, right, at the bottom we're gonna need our custom label, right? So here let's say custom label, right? So let's give this a size int wide. So here we're gonna say size underscore int underscore y. So why do we have this? Okay, so we're gonna set this to none, right? And let's give this some height of 20 display pixels like this. Then font size, so you're gonna say font underscore size, right? So we're gonna make this small, so let's make it like let's first try 10 scalable pixels, right? Then font name, let's set this to app dot body like this, right? And let's give this some color. So we need to make this gray, right? So let's set it to 0,0,0,0 point. Let's start with 0.7, right? So we're gonna change it if it's not looking too good, right? And let's give this some edge align. So let's align it to the center, like this, right? Then we have title, right? So text. So text is gonna be from dot um root dot title, right? Okay. So let's save this, right? So this background color, I'm not feeling it. Might need to get rid of it. But anyways, let's proceed. Or we might not just use it. We might not just use it. So right here, let's put an icon and our info, right? So we can display it, right? So here, let's put a box layout. Let's scroll up. Okay, these two needs to be inside this box layout here. So let's take these two and take them inside whites, right? Like this. So okay, here's semicolon. Let's give this some we don't need to give this some orientation because we can have the icon on the left, then the info on the right, right? So let's not give this some text. So here, let's say let's give it some size into y, like that will get it. So size underscore int underscore y. We're gonna set this to none and give it some height of 40 display pixels, like this, right? Then excuse me, let's give this some spacing of 20 display pixels, like this. Then some padding of 10 display pixels, right? So I'm adding this padding because when we were creating our custom patterns, right, and our current navigation tab, we saw that what do you call it, the images, right, one of the images wasn't looking too good, right? So I'm just doing this so that we can just make it a little bit smaller inside of it, right? So right here, should we add a float layout? Let's say image. We might not need to add a float layout. We can just add an image directly. And let's give it a size underscore int x, right, of none. And the width is going to be self dot height, right? Excuse me. Then source is going to be coming from root dot icon. Then our feet underscore mode, just gonna set it to fill, right? Like this. Okay, so this should be fine, right? So now let's add our custom label, right? So I'm just gonna copy this here. Type it inside. So this one needs to change to info. The font size, let's make it a little bit bigger. Here, let's make it bold. So let's make this bold. Then the text, let's up it to 18 scalable pixels. Let's not give this some color. We just use the default color, right? Like this. And this, let's align it to the right, like this, right? So this should look good, right? We can create some custom pop-ups, right? Like it's gonna ask us to complete a cell or something, right? So let's look at our main.kv. I want to check something real quick. We deleted the buttons, right? Okay, confirm pop-up. We have this confirm pop-up. Okay, so let's make this a float layout. I want to check something real quick. Okay, so now that we've made this a float layout, right, we're gonna add a button in here. We're just gonna say press me here, right? Then on underscore press, right, the disabled dot open underscore pop underscore up, like this, right? Let's check our main.py. Okay, so we still have this we still have this function, right? So let's just main.kv, right? We can just revert this to a box layout so that we don't have to add some posts in and elongate this whole thing, right? So let's just do this and run this app. Okay. Are you sure you want to blah, 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 right? So we're gonna enter our custom buttons here, right? That's what we're gonna do. So we want to add our custom buttons here and hopefully it looks good, right? So let's minimize this. So let's split this to the right. Okay, let's check out buttons.py. So here we have custom buttons there. Let's copy this. Where do we have our confirm pop-up? Okay, right here. So let's paste this here like this, right? Let's look at it. Let's look at it. So BG color, right? So let's add this here. BG underscore color. So since this is a color property, right? Let's try passing in a hex code. So here let's just say 0096C7, right? And run it, see how this looks. Okay, so here we have our custom buttons, right? Okay. So let's close this. We remove this rounded, right? But we were checking out this navigation tab, so we might need to put it back here. So let's say rounded. Let's give this some radius. Should we say, let's try 10 first and see how that looks like. This is not looking good. Okay, looks okay, but our icons, right? Semi bold. Let's try making this bold. Okay, not bad. For our background color, right? So let's pass in an icon.
So let's look at our icons. So we have console, right? Okay, console.png and check, right? So here we need to say assets, icons, check.png, right? Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so now we have this, right? So let's add the other icon here. Okay, so let's give this a size into X of none, and our width, let's set it to, let's try 80 display pixels. Okay, so let's run it again. Okay. We may need to add the empty box layout here and another one here. Uh, these images, these icon images are too huge. Okay, minimize this. Let's where do you have patterns, right? Let's try without the fill mode, right? Let's up this to 100. I want to try something. Right. Here we're padding on 5. Let's put 10 here. Okay, so these icons are looking much better, right? So now we have a pop-up, right? Okay, this works. This works. So now we can reduce the size go to 80, right? It should still look fine. Okay, so now our pop-ups are looking good. Are you sure you want to? And you can actually update this using code. You don't have to, it's not gonna have like this statement always, right? And we might need to change the color of this blue color. We'll find another color, right? So now we have our pop-ups. So let's just put this pop-up inside widgets folder, right? So let's close this. Inside our widgets folder, let's create another file. So we're just gonna call it cards. We have cards already, so let's put pop-ups. Let's look at labels, right? So let's copy this and let's paste this here. Then get rid of this. Let's close our labels. Let's take this and put it here, right? Then here, let's just copy this whole back here. Cut it and paste it here, right? Then where do we have main.py? Let's take this and paste it inside, where do we have pop-ups? Okay, yay. Okay, so let's import our string property and our object property. Let's get rid of this line. We're not using it, so let's not keep it up there, right? Okay, so we have pop-ups, right? We might have like an error warning pop-up, right? So what we can do with that, let's say you can't access the database or something, or there's an error, right? We can just pass it inside our try except block, right? So that the system doesn't uh crash, right? But it pops out and tells you like, okay, fine, we have this error, right? So we can do that real quick. That could be a good option, right? So let's do that real quick. And it's just gonna just gonna be like the same thing, the same pop-ups, right? But without the callback, right? So it just shows you like, okay, we have this problem. Then you just close it, right? So let's just copy this, right? And mm, let's call it warning pop-up. So let's save this. Let's get rid of this callback here. We're not gonna need it, right? So down here, let's put a line of hashtags, right? Then let's define our warning pop-up. Let's paste this here, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna copy this up onto here, right? Then let's paste it here. So we're not gonna need this here, so let's get rid of it, right? Then and let's change the text to close, right? And let's increase the size to about 90, right? So this should make up for the extra letters inside close here, right? Excuse me. Okay. So now we have pop-ups. Let's nah, we're gonna need to import this inside our Python code. So let's not import it here, right? We may not need this transition, right? But let's just keep it there. Then let's get rid of, let's keep this here, right? Close this. Okay, so let's save it. So now we have the custom widgets that we need, right? If we need to do anything else, we're just gonna do it from here, right? But for now, we should be good. So the Kivy clock is a tool that lets you run code after some time or repeatedly at intervals. For example, we can have an application open a pop-up after 5 seconds or change text every 3 seconds, right? So with the clock, we can have schedule once, right? So schedule once runs a function once after some time, right? Or seconds. Then we have schedule interval. It runs a function repeatedly after every interval. So let's say every 1 second, every 5 seconds, after every 40 seconds, something like that, right? Then we have cleared clock.unschedule. This one stops a scheduled function, right? So it cancels the timer, right? So let's say if you use schedule once, right, and you set the timer to 0, it just immediately runs the next frame, right? So let me just display how we can use clock, right? So let's import this real quick. So this is going to be from widgets.popups import confirm popup, right? So here we have init function, right? So the init function runs whenever when we run the app, right? Then if you're using screens, we can have like what we call an on enter function, right? Well, when the screen is on display and it runs something, right? So it's more like the same thing, but with the screen, it only runs whenever the screen is on display. So here inside our init function, right? Let's say clock, right? So let's start with schedule once. Schedule underscore once, right? So here we're gonna put the callback, right? So this is what's gonna be called whenever this clock the schedule once happens, right? So here we're just gonna say self dot let's just say call the function do underscore. Oh, let's call this one open pop-up, right? Right. So if we're calling it inside clock, right, we don't put parentheses, because we put parentheses, it's gonna run before the timer, right? So then here let's put a timer. So here let's put 5, right? So it's gonna run up to 5 seconds. So whenever we call something using clock, right, we need to pass in time delta or delta time, right? Or we can just put an underscore, right? Or we can put star arcs, it's still fine. So let's import clock. So we have clock properties, but we always need Kivy clock, right? So when importing it, you say from Kivy.clock import clock, right? So let's run this and see what this does, right? See if it's gonna open a pop-up after 5 seconds. Uh, okay. Let's put this at 10. Maybe the time reached 5 seconds before the app showed. So let's run it again. Okay. So this is what schedule once does, right? So let's close this and let's use schedule interval, right? So with schedule interval, let's create a different function, right? So we're just gonna say define. Let's create a function and call it timer, right? So it's gonna take in self and dt, right? Like this. So yeah, let's say we're gonna create a variable, right? Okay. So here we have age and is a numeric property, right? So here we're just gonna say how best can we do this? Okay, let's try and update the label. So let's go here, right? So here we have a box layout here. So let's add a label in here, right? So we're just gonna say label. So let's give this label an ID. So we're just gonna call it labels, right? Then let's give this some color. Let's set it to black. So 0,0,0,0. The last one should be 1, not 0, right? Okay. So let's copy this. Then let's paste it here. So here, let's put this inside a variable, right? So labels is equal to self dot ideas dot labels dot text, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take in that text, right, the one that we have. So here, let's give it some text. So we're gonna say text is equal to, let's just put 0 here, right? So we're gonna take that number, right? Then we're gonna let's create another variable. We're gonna say labels underscore, right, is going to be an integer value, right? So we're gonna turn labels into an integer, right? So 0 is gonna be turned from a string to an integer, because labels always take in strings, right? So now that we have this, right, we're gonna say self dot ideas dot text. We forgot to put labels here. app.text, right, is going to be a string of, right. So now we want to update the number, right? But then we need to turn it to a string so that our label can show it, right? So here we need to say labels plus 1, right? Like this. So there's a better way of doing this, but I'm just doing it for the sake of displaying this, right? I just want to show you what we can do with the schedule interval. So let me replace this with this. Then let's set the timer to 3 seconds, right? Let's try and run this. Okay, now we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4. Okay, so let's close it. So the thing with schedule interval, right, we cannot have a while loop inside our Kivy app, right? So we can use this as a while loop, right? But then you're gonna have to time it. Let's say if you wanted to run every 2 seconds, every 10 seconds, every 200 seconds, something like that, right? Then the other one is clock.on schedule, right? So what we can do with this, right? Let's say, okay, finally update this, right? Let me say if, what do we call it? Labels underscore, right? Labels underscore is equal to, let's say, 4, right? Or 3, excuse me. We need to do clock dot unschedule, right? Clock dot unschedule, right? So what are we unscheduled? So we're gonna say self dot timer. So let's try it like this. But I've never coded inside of this, right? But anyways, let's try that. Okay, so now it stopped at 4, right? So now we now know how to call something with clock once, to do it continuously, and how to stop it, right? So it should have stopped, right? But then, oh, okay, I know why it didn't happen. But anyways, it stopped at 4, right? So that's what counts, right? So we should have done this here before updating this. Right. So now let's work on our user interface, right? So what I'm gonna do is let's get rid of this. So let's get rid of this line here. Okay, let's leave it. Anyways, let's leave it for now. Let's start working on the user interface, right? So what we need for now, let me take this and put it here, right? So we can have a larger screen to work with. So let's open main.py. I want to do something real quick, right? So the width was set to 900, right? Let's set it to 1100, like this. And the height, let's set it to 700, right? Save it. Then what we need to do here, we're gonna say window dot left. We're gonna set this to, let's say, 50, right? So let's copy this and paste it below. Then the top one, let's set it to, let's leave it at 50 and run our app for now and see where we have our window. Okay, there we have our window, right? Let's reduce the height to 650, then increase the width to 1 point. Let's try 1.3. So let's minimize this. So the top, let's increase it to 100. We get rid of 50 here, like this. Then let's up this to 1.2, right? So let's run it again. Okay, not looking bad. So now let's start working. So what we're gonna do, right? So here we already have these two, right? So what we can do is we can just take this, push it to the bottom a little bit, add the logo, right? Like this, right? Like that. Then work on designing this part, the part on the right, right? So let's minimize it. So let's open our main.kv. Right. So here we have orientation set to vertical, right? What we can do here is like here, like let's add a box layout, right? Then let's give it a size in y, size int underscore y, and let's set this to none, and our height, let's set it to let's start with 50 display pixels, right? Then inside we're gonna, before we go in there, like let's add some padding. So let's add 10 display pixels, right? And let's increase this to 70, right? So we're just gonna make up with extra 10 display pixels at the top and at the bottom. And let's put some space in here. And let's set it to 20 display pixels for now, right? So inside this box layout, we're gonna add an image, right? And the source is going to be assets / images / so let's look at our images. So we have a logo white, like we have this, right? So logo white, logo underscore white dot png. Okay, save it. Then let's say fit underscore mod, right? Let's set this to feel, right? But then we're not gonna usually do like a size int, right? Size int x, we set it to the height of it, but we don't need a height of like 50 display pixels, right? Because if you look at our logo, right, it's not a square, right? So let's set the width to like 40 or 35 display pixels first. Then if it looks okay, we'll leave it like that. If it's not, just expand the width a little bit, right? So let me put the size into X here, right? So you can put it at the bottom or in between, but I always like to put it at the top. So that's why I'm gonna put it at the top here. So size int underscore X is going to be none, like this, right? Then the width, when I start with 35 display pixels, like this, right? Then next to that, let's put our custom label. I like this, right? Excuse me. Then the text is going to be what can we call our app, right? So here that we just put RESP, right? Then OS, like that. If you have a better name for it, just throw it in there, right? So here let's align this to the left, edge align left like this, right? Font underscore size, let's set it to blah 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 blah, 14 scalable pixels, right? Then font underscore name. Let's start with bold. Dot bold like this, right? Let's give it some color, right? Color, let's make it white. So 1,1,1,1 like this, right? So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, this is too much. And this font is too little, right? So what we can do, right? Let's reduce the size of this to like 60, right? And the left and right padding, let's leave it at 10, but the top and bottom, we can make the top and bottom 0, right? Then let's reduce the size of this to 50. Then let's reduce the size of this to 25. Let's see how this looks. I want to check something real quick. Now the label is squished, right? Okay, so Control Z, run it. Okay, the spacing, let's set it to 5, right? Then let's increase the width to 150. Okay. Now let's play around with this font, right? So let's try 80. Let's try 20. Uh, okay. Where do we have widget? Okay, here we have 20 padding spacing. Let's up this to 40, right? Then here let's put a box layout. Let's give it some orientation of vertical like this, right? And let's not give it some space. And then when I take these three, then put it inside this box layout, right? Okay. Okay. So we can leave this like this, right? The spacing here is to increase, right? So let's minimize this. So let's, where do we have this? So this one, the height is 50 and this is 35, right? Okay, let's try changing this to 35, right? And the width to 25. Let's run it. Okay, that seems to be in proportion of the size of this, right? Okay, so let's go back here and put the spacing back to 20 display pixels. Right. So if you have your own logo, right, you can just put it here and it may actually look better than this one, right? Or I can just take this one. Let me try and use this one and just put it here as a logo, right? What do we have? POS. It's inside icons, right? So let's change this to icons. So let's run it. Okay, this is much better. Then I can actually get rid of the spacing here. Let me try that. Okay. So now let's up the font size to 22. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So now let's try and design the right part, right? So we're gonna try and put a logout button here and notification button here. Right. So let's minimize this. So let's scroll down, right? So in this box layout, right? So let's just put a comment here. And let's call it main window. Like this. Right. Okay. So let's get rid of this label here. Like this, right? So with this one, right? Let's give this some orientation. And set this to vertical, right? And we're gonna give this some spacing. And we're gonna set this to let's put 20 display pixels, right? And should we give this some padding also? Well, yeah, let's give it some padding. So let's change one of them to padding like this, right? So let's put what we're trying to do is this, right? We're gonna have a box layout, right? And let's give this some sizing y of none and some height of let's put 40 display pixels like this, right? Then we're gonna have another box layout. I have 3 more, right? Yes, right. So this one, let's put a button so that we can just display what we want to show here of this. Okay, so let's change this height, right? So let's set this to 90 display pixels like this, right? Then this one is not gonna have any sizing y, right? We're just gonna leave this one to just take up the rest of the remaining space. But excuse me, what we need to do inside here is we need to create, we're gonna put 2 layouts inside this box layout, right? So we're gonna put a box layout, 2 box layouts, and inside those box layouts we're gonna put grid layout inside of it, right? So what we need here is some spacing, and let's set this to 20 display pixels like this. And let's not put any padding. So here we're just gonna just to demonstrate what everything is gonna look like, right? I'm gonna put a button and I'm gonna give this some size.
size int x. So I'm gonna set this to 2/3, right? So this is gonna take 2/3 of our box layout, and we're gonna add another one, and this one is gonna take here 1/3, right? Like this. So let's just run this real quick and see what we're working with. And here let's add a button, right? So let's run this. Okay, what's happening here? Okay. So we have this, right? We need to see why this is happening. Okay. So we have this box layout, right? Then it has these widgets. Then we have this one. Size index, the width is set on 150 display pixels. This one, let's open main.py, right? So we didn't change this to a box layout. Okay. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is going to be the layout of our app, right? So here we're just gonna put like a logout button, then here now notifications button. Here we can add a profile picture, right? Then here we can add the name of the logged in user, right? And with the, let's say they are like a restaurant manager or staff member or janitor or waiter, something like that, right? Then here we're gonna have our info cards, right? The ones we made inside our cards.py file, the ones we put inside our widgets folder. Then here we're gonna show some receipts. Then here we're gonna show the items that we're gonna be selling, right? So let's close this and start working on this. So okay, close this. Open main.kv. So let's change this box layout, right? Let's give it a background color. So let's just scroll up. I just want to copy this line here. Then paste this here, right? Then I'm gonna change the color of this to, let's start with F4, 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 right? So let's just run this and see how this looks. Let's make it a bit darker, right? So let's make this F3, F3, F3 like this. So in the first box layout, right, just gonna get rid of this button. Then in here, I'm gonna put a box layout. Okay, let's give this some spacing. So let's set the spacing to 20 display pixels. So let's just maintain 20 display pixels for a lot of the spacing for this thing, right? So here, what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna put a box layout like this, and let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Then inside here, let's add two labels, right? So we're gonna use our custom labels. So custom label, right? So what we're gonna do, right? We just wanted to fetch the name, the username, right, from the main.py, right? So we're just gonna be using Kivy properties. So we're gonna be using string properties. So here, let's say text. We're gonna get it from root dot let's say username, right? Like this.
Then let's look at our widgets real quick, and I just want to see something. Let's open labels. Okay, so text is this one, right? So let's say H align. So let's align this to the right. Then font underscore size. So let's set this to 11 scalable pixels, right? Then font underscore name. So this is going to be app dot let's try semi bold like this, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it below, right? So this one, let's just say role, right? So it's more like what's the role of the person, like the job description or something like that. So let's open main.py, then year, right? So let's change this to username. So yeah, I'm just gonna put my name here, like Tanaka, right? Then let's create role, right? So let's say I'm a waiter, right? So I'm just gonna say waiter here. Then I'll get back to main.kv. So I'm gonna make this one bold, right? So it doesn't have to be bold like the one on top here. So I'm not gonna give these any sizing, right? We're just gonna fit in inside this box layout, and this box layout is a height of 40 display pixels. So this one is gonna take in 20 display pixels, and this one is gonna take in 20, right? So I'm gonna reduce the font size of this one to 10, like this, right? Then underneath the box layout, right? So this gonna appear next to the custom labels and whatnot, right? So mm, let's add a box layout. So what I was thinking here, right, is we can just put a profile picture, right? But I don't want to use the image, right? So remember what we did when we showing what we can do with the box layout, right? We added a background image, so we're gonna use that to display a profile picture, right? So here I'm just gonna say box layout, then copy this, then paste it here, right? So I need to tap this twice, 1, 2, like this, right? So let's give this box layout some size. So when I say size underscore int underscore x, because we just want the width, right? The height is already set to 40 display pixels by the parent box layout. So here, let's say null. Excuse me. Then our width is going to be self dot height, right? So it's going to be a square. Then now we need to make, so to do that, right, we need to change this rectangle to rounded rectangle, right? Then let's give this some radius. Then our radius is going to be, so let's put inside the square brackets. So our radius is going to be self dot height, right? So this makes the box layout rounded. Then let's change the color of this to white, like this. So I'm gonna copy this, then put a box layout in here, then paste it like this. So here, let's add a source like this. Then let's just call it from vote dot avatar like this, right? So let's change the color of this. Let's say 0096C7. So this is like a light blue color. Okay. Then let's give you some padding. of 1 display pixels, right? So this is gonna display our image, right? Our profile image, right? But then it's just gonna have like a thin line of blue around it, right? So let's open main.kv and let's create our avatar, right? So here let's just say avatar is going to be a string property, right? So let's look at images. Okay, avatar here. So we're just gonna say assets images the avatar dot png, right? So let's just save this and run it. Okay, so here we have our profile picture, right? Then here we have the name of our logged in user and their role, right? So next to it, we need to create some buttons, right? One for notifications and the other one to allow us to log out, right? So let's minimize this. So the best way to do that, right? We need to create more custom buttons, right? So we're just gonna create a rounded one, and this one should allow us to add images to it, right? So here, let's click. Let's navigate to patterns.py. So this is inside our widgets folder, and let's scroll downwards and copy this custom button. So I'm just gonna paste it below this custom button, right? And this one, I'm just gonna call it custom rounded button, right? So we need the button behavior, we need the box layout. We're not going to need the text, right? And the background color. So we're just gonna keep this one white, right? Then let's scroll upwards. So I'm going to copy this one, this custom button, then paste it here and copy this, then paste it here, right? So okay, so this is size int y none rounded rectangle. So radius is going to be self dot height, like this. Do we need any padding here? So I think we should just get rid of this label. We're not gonna need the custom label. For the image, right? The best way we can do this is passing the image here as source, right? Then we don't have to do it like this. So let's get rid of this. The best way to do it, right? So let's I'm gonna put a box layout within this box layout, right? Same thing we did here, right? So I'm just gonna copy this. Navigate to buttons.py, then paste it here, right? So let's shift tab this 1, 2, 3 times, right? So this one, let's give it like a gray color, right? Just lying around it, like a gray color, so that it helps it separate from the background. So here let's say RGBA, then put parentheses. Inside parentheses, let's put up some quotes, then hashtag C4, 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 right? So this is like a light gray color. So this one can remain like this. Then this one of the road dot icon like this, right? So this one here, right? In here we already have the height set to 40 display pixels, right? So the height of the button is going to be set to 40 display pixels. So what we need to do is we need to give this some size in X, right? Not some size in Y. So this now changes to width, right? So it's going to be a square.
Then this rounded rectangle with the radius of self.height is going to make this icon rounded, right? So here, let's make the padding 1 display pixel, right? Like this. We might need to add another box layout inside here, right? So we're just going to nest a lot of box layouts. Okay, so this one, let's get rid of the spacing. So let's put a box layout here. Just want to try something real quick. Right. Then I'm going to copy this. Then paste it here, right? So let's tab it once, right? Like this. But then now we need this to be 10 display pixels, right? Let's make it 5. Then let's take this one, then tab it once, right? So what I'm trying to do here is if we just pass it like this, right, the icon is just gonna take in a lot of space, right? So by adding another box layer and give it some padding of 5 display pixels, right? Since our icon, our button is going to be 40 display pixels, right? So we're just gonna put 5 on top, 5 on the right side, at the bottom, and on the left side. Then the remaining space will be 20 display pixels. Then the image is just gonna appear within those 20 display pixels. That will make the button look a little bit better. So now that we have this, right, let's open main.kv, scroll to the top, then import our custom rounded button, right? So here we're just gonna say hashtag semicolon import. So let me copy this, then paste it here, right? So let me duplicate the whole line. So the first one is going to be custom button, right? And this one is going to be custom rounded button, like this, right? So let's navigate back to buttons.py. Okay, icon, fine. So let's go back here and see if our custom button works, right? So we need to put this underneath this one. So here I'm just gonna say custom rounded button, right? Then here let's pass an icon. So let's look at our icons folder. Do we have notifications? So we have cancel, check, delete, dessert, drink, food, fries, card, pause, search, stuff. So we don't have an icon for this, right? And we don't have one for logging out also. So let me just put 2 placeholders. Then I'm just gonna go on the internet and try to generate 2. So here I'm gonna say assets underscore icons, right? Here let's put search.png, right? Like this, right? So let me just take this, duplicate it like this. So let's run it and see what this looks like. Okay, so here we are, some icons, right? So we need to change these. So we're gonna change them in a minute. So let's minimize this and make this one white, right? Let's give the background a white color. So now we get to buttons.py. Okay, here's our custom button. Okay, run it. This one is too huge. These images and icons, man, I don't like the way they look.
But anyways, it's fine. So let's close this, right? So I'm just gonna pause for a minute and try to generate those two icons. Okay, so let's scroll up, right? So I've added the bell.png, right? So the thing, what I noticed also, right? The icon that I had downloaded, right? The pixel density was just too much, right? So I've downloaded these ones. So they're like 24 by 24. And where's the bell? I think I have a bell somewhere. Okay, log out, right? So let me close this. Navigate to main.kv. So I need to change this to bell and this one to log out, right? So let's run it. Why is this thing now taking long to load? Okay. Uh, mm, okay. The bell is looking okay, but this one is not. So let's just try using an image, right? So let's minimize this. Where do we have patterns.kv, right? So here we've already set the padding to 5, right? So let's comment this out. Then let's put an image here. Right. Let me just copy this line, then paste it, run it again. Okay, now our icons are looking a little bit better, right? So now let's work on this part so that we can add some, what you call it, the info cards that we created, right? So, and the other thing, let me try and make this one bold, not semi-bold, or just increase the font of this one, then change the color of this one. Here, right? So let's say color, let's make this one, so let's say 0, 0, 0, 0 point, let's say 7, right? Let's increase the font size here to 18 and this one to 11 and see what this looks like. Okay, what's the issue now? Was never closed. Oh, okay, okay. Ah. Okay, fine. Let's proceed, right? Now the name now looks a little bit better. Okay, so now let's work on putting our info cards here, right? So okay, let's add then the on press functionality here, right? So we're just gonna say on press. So we're just gonna say boot dot logout, right? So that I just wanted to use this to show our pop-ups, right? Where do we open main.kv? Let's close this.
So here we have this pop-up here, but that's fine. Okay. Let's say define log out, right? It's gonna take in self. Then let me copy this, paste it here, right? Are you sure we want to log out, right? Then let me just code this Control-Z. Okay, let me copy this. Then underscore callback, right? Then let me change this one like this. Okay. So now let's create this logout callback, right? So it's gonna take in self and some arguments, right? So we're just gonna say star args like this. So now we don't have a login screen, so we can just put the whole logging out thing here, right? So let me just add some print functionality here. So this is going to be like logging out like this, right? So let's try and run it and see if our pattern works. And there's a typo here. Okay, are you sure you what? This should be you want, not you what to log out, right? We press yes, we should see logging out in our terminal. Okay, it's fine. Let's fix this. So now our logging out button is working, right? So now let's move to this part. So let's get rid of this button. Then here, let's give this some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? So what kind of information can we display here? That's the question. And before we proceed, I don't think we imported the info cards, right? So we don't have them here. So let me duplicate this. Then this needs to be cards. And this info card like this, right? So what? Yeah, we've imported this. So now let's look at our let's close images, right? Here we have cars.py. So let's look at what we need. So did we use the BG card? No, we didn't. So we just need to pass in an icon, title, and info, right? Okay. So let's create some space here. So here, let's say info card, right? So you have title. Then we have info. Then we have icon, right? So let's look at our images. I just closed this. But anyways, so we have burger, drinks, fries, right? So we have one and dessert, right? So let's just use these, right? Just to display the info cards, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So let me and paste this 3 more times. So now we have 4 info cards, right? So this one, let's say total desserts, right? Info, let's say okay, let's just use 4 because in here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 each, right? So all the info, let's just set it to 4. Then total desserts, total burgers, total types of burgers, right? And total types of desserts. Total fries, right? Total types of fries. Then yeah, let's say total drinks, right? So now we need to import one of these, right? So the icon we need, so we have dessert, we have drink, we have food, and we have fries, and we have burger, okay? So here, let's say assets, icons, we have dessert, okay? Dessert dot png, right? So I'm gonna copy this and paste it here, right? So this is going to be drink, then fries. Here's an icon for this. Okay, we do. Then this needs to be burger, right? So let's just run this and see how this looks. Okay, not looking bad. I'm not looking bad. So let's just change the titles, right? To total types of, total types of, total types of, total types of, right? Then we can just go and work on these parts. Okay, so let's minimize this. So let me just select this so that we can just edit them at the same time. So total types of, right? So let's save it. Okay, still looking good, right? Let's minimize this. Okay, now on to these ones, right? Okay, so with this one, right? Let's put a box layout, and let's give this some orientation. Should we give this some orientation? No. Okay. What we can do here is let's scroll up. When do we have canvas? Okay, so let's copy this. Then let's paste it here, right? Then tape it twice like this. So let's give this some padding of 1 display pixel. Then let's make this rounded like this, and let's give it some radius. So let's give it some radius of 20 display pixels like this, right? So let's change this to C4, 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 right? Then let's copy this. Then let's paste it inside here, right? Like this. But now our padding, let's set it to 20 display pixels like this. Then this needs to be white. So I put 6 Fs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's the 6th one. Then orientation here. Let's set it to vertical, right? Then we need to give this some spacing like this. So let's run it and see how this looks. Okay.
minimize this. We didn't give this one some size index, right? So let's put it. So this was 1 1/3, right? Okay, looking good. So here we're just gonna show like a receipt, right here. Then here we're just gonna be showing our items, right? Our burgers, our drinks, our fries, and our desserts, right? So we're gonna be showing them here. So let's quickly design this, then work on some custom widgets to display our receipt. So let's minimize this. So inside here, right, let's put a box layout. Then let's give this some size int y, right, of none, and some height of 40 display pixels, right? And let's put some spacing. So in here, let's put some spacing of 10 display pixels. So we don't want it to be too huge, right? Then underneath that, we need to put a grid layout, right? So best way to do it, right, is we put a box layout. Then inside that box layout, we put a ScrollView. Then we put a grid layout, right? So let's put an empty box layout for now. Then underneath, we need to put a box layout. So this is going to have our icon, right? Our button. So let me copy this. Then paste it here, right? Like this. Then I'm just gonna put a placeholder button in there. So inside the first box layout here, right? I'm gonna put 3 labels. Then I'm just gonna put some space, right? So the placeholder space is just gonna put contain a button, like our custom rounded button, right? So that we can use this custom rounded button to delete whatever item we want to delete from our receipt, right, before we check out, right? So here I'm just gonna say custom label, right? So the text here for the first one is going to be items, right? Then we're not gonna add edge align because we want it aligned to the left, right? So we can leave this here. So let's say font size, right? So let's set the font 11 scalable pixels, right? Then font underscore name. Should we make it bold or semi-bold? Okay, let's first try bold. Like this. Then if it's too much, then we can change it to semi-bold. So let me copy this and paste it 2 more times, right? So this one needs to be quantity. So we can just say QTY like this. And this one is going to be price like this. And here let's add an empty box layout. And let's give it a size in X of none. And the width is going to be self.height, right? So it's going to be 40 display pixels. So let's run this and see how these labels look. Okay. not looking bad. Let's see. We may need to add the line here, right? So that it just looks okay. Then we need to reduce the size of this, of quantity and price. So quantity, we can give it display pixels, right? Same with price here. Then items become flexible, right? So let's minimize this. So here they say size underscore int underscore x is going to be none, and the width is going to be, let's say, 80 display pixels, right? So I'm gonna copy the same and paste it here, right? Then here, I think we should align this one to the right. So H line to the right. Then this one we're gonna align it to the center, like this, right? So this one is gonna take up the remaining space. So let's run this and see how this looks. For the price, I think it's fine, but quantity, we can reduce this to like 50 display pixels or 40. So let's put 40. Then save it. Run it again. Okay. So I think it's somewhere here, right? Then this one is gonna be taken up by items. So this is fine. And I think we need to reduce the padding here to 10 display pixels. So it should give us an extra 10 display pixels to work with. So let's change this to 10, and the spacing, let's set it to 10 also. Then underneath here, let's put a box layout. And let's give this one some height of 1 display pixel, right? Then let's give it a background color. So let's make the color C4, 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 right? So let's run it again. Okay, so we have a line here, right? Or we can just put that line inside this box layout, right? Okay, let's minimize this. So let's copy this box layout, right, and 2 custom labels. Then we need to paste it underneath this box layout here. So this one should be total, right, for the total amount, right? So this one you align it to the left, and this one you align it to the right, right? Then the text is gonna come from dots. We're gonna create a string variable, right? A string property variable. So this one needs to be str, right? So we're gonna turn it into a string so that we can display it. But then it's gonna come in from dots. So we're just gonna call it amount, right? Excuse me. So let's create this main pie, right? So let's get rid of cards and to labels. So let's create this here. So let's paste it. Amount. It's going to be a numeric property, right? So let's put 0.00, right? So let's run this. Okay, so now we have our total amount, right?
I think we should increase the font size of this amount and the total here. So let's minimize this main.kv. So let's take this and put it here, right? But this we just up it to 80 display pixels. So let's increase this to 18 display pixels like this. Okay, so this should be fine. So let's add a line here. Okay. So now we have this, right? What we can do here, right? So here we can add two buttons, one to check out and the other one to clear the cart, right? So it's more like a console. So let's just do that real quick. Then we can work on our grid layout real quick. Okay, custom button. So let's open our widgets folder and buttons.py, right? So just want to look at, okay, we need to get rid of this. Let's look at our buttons, right? And see what we need to pass in to our buttons, right? So we need to pass in the background color, then the icon and text, right? So bg underscore color. Let's try passing in a hex code, right? So hashtag FF and 4 6s, right? Like this. Then text is going to be, let's say, console, right? Then icon, let's look at our icons. So we have console.png, right? So it's going to be in assets, then icons, and console.png, right? Like this. So let me copy this and paste it next to it, right? But here, let's put 00967 like this, right? Then this needs to be checkout. And this needs to be cut. So let's run this. Okay. So let's give this some space in here. And okay, let's just put some spacing here. This one is too huge, right? But if we reduce the size of this, then increase the size of it, we're just gonna lose a lot of space here. So let's just leave them like this, right? Then put some spacing between these two buttons. Spacing 10 display pixels is enough, right? Then let's add on press functionality, right? So here we're just gonna say vote dot let's call it clear underscore cut, right? And let's put parentheses. Then let's copy this, then paste it here, right? So this one, we just call it checkout, right? So
let's open main.kv right there. It create these functions. So let's put it under this one. So what we're gonna do here, right, is we need to create list property, right? So let's just create cart here, right? And this is going to be a list property, right? So what we need to do, right, is we're going to be using string properties, right? So since this one is a string is a Kivy property, right? If we update cart, right, we should call certain function, right? So that it automates everything, right? So with cancel or clear cart, right, what we're going to do is we're just gonna set this one to empty. And once it's empty, right, this is going to update and it's going to clear the widgets, right? So I'm going to show you how to do that later, but we're just gonna set it up, right? So for now, we're just gonna say self.cart is going to be empty, right? So let's do the same for the other function. Because this one, we just want to show you what you can do with Kivy, right? We're not gonna do like the whole logic, but we're just gonna do some cool stuff. So we're just gonna do the same here, right? And let's look at the other Kivy property variable, right? So we need the amount. So when I say self dot amount, let's not do it this way, right? So later on, we're just gonna like maybe as soon as we're done designing, where's the other part? Once designing this part, right? That's when we're gonna show what we can do with Kivy properties, right? So we're just gonna make sure that this card also updates the amount by itself, right? So we don't have to do it manually. So let's run this and see where we are for now. Okay, so this is what we have for now, right? Or should we create a flat button on the icons? I don't know. The buttons would look better without the icons though. But anyways, let's leave them like this because we created the custom widgets and we might not even use them. So let's leave it like this. So now let's put a grid layout here. So let's minimize this. So where do we have our empty box layout? Okay, here, right? So right here, by default, the box layout is size of 1, the width of 100%, and some height of 100%, right? So it's always going to take up the remaining space. So we don't need to add some size in here. So what we're going to do here is let's add the scroll view, right? And in this scroll view, right, let's say do underscore scroll, right? So let's put the square brackets, right? So first we're just gonna say false, right? So that we don't scroll on the right side, going right or left, right? But then say true, so that we can scroll going upwards. Then let's give this some size of y, right? Underscore y. So we're gonna set this to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to self dot parent dot height, right? So by doing self.parent.height, right? So just saying that
self.parent. So this box layout is the parent of this scroll view, right? So we're just gonna pass in the height of this box layout is the height we're gonna pass into this scroll view, right? Then what other property can we put? Okay, let's leave it like this. Then inside the scroll view, we can add our grid layout, right? So let's give this grid layout an ID, right? So that we can be able to call it from our main.py file, right? So the ID is going to be receipts underscore list, right? If you have a better name to put, use it. Here we're gonna say calls, right? So we're just gonna say one, right? Because we only want them to appear stacked vertically, right? So we're just gonna say one. So each column is just gonna have one item. Then let's give this some size int. So size int y, let's set it to none, right? Then here we're just gonna say the height is going to be self.minimum height, like the minimum height of the grid layout. So here let's say height and set it to self.minimum underscore height, like this. Excuse me. So like I said before, it calculates the minimum height of this grid layout, and that way, right? Let's say we have more items than the ones we can display, right? So this allows the scroll view to show everything. Like we can scroll to the bottom and see all the widgets inside inside our grid layout, right? So let's run this. So for now we don't have items here, right? So we're gonna add items using Python. So now that we have this, right, let's just work on this part real quick. And on this part, we're gonna have the items inside our database, right? Like the excuse me, my voice is now running out. Okay. So what we can do is we're gonna add some labels or one label, then some toggle buttons, right? So they're going to be different from these two. Then underneath those, we're gonna display the items, right? So first we're gonna have like all items. That means we're gonna have all desserts, burgers, fries, drinks, right? Everything is going to be displayed. Then with the other toggle buttons, if we press them, we're just gonna see. If we press on desserts, we're gonna see desserts. If we press on burgers, we're gonna see burgers, then fries, then drinks, right? So let's just do that real quick. So let's minimize this. Okay. So yeah, let's put a box layout. Let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Um, let's give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. So in here, right, let's put the box layout here. And let's give this some size int underscore y of none and some height of 40 display pixels, right? And let's give this some spacing. So let's just set the spacing to 10 display pixels, right? Then underneath this box layout, we're gonna add a stack layout. Right. So let's give this stack layout an ID, right? So this is going to be items underscore list, right? And let's give this some spacing of what's the best one we can put here? let's put 20 display pixels, right? So just to make sure that because if you look at our app, right, let's just run it. Just want to explain something real quick, right? We're not gonna have like enough space to show 16 items, like, because I don't have a big screen, right? So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put a scroll view, similar we did here, right? But then we're not gonna be using a quick layout this time. We're just gonna be using StackLayout. So let's minimize this. So the reason why I chose StackLayout, right? So if you have a larger screen, you're gonna have more items displayed horizontally. If you have a smaller screen, you're gonna have fewer items displayed horizontally, but all of the items are going to be displayed, and you're gonna be able to scroll and view everything, right? So right here, right, let's put a scroll view, right? Since we're gonna put those, where do we put them? Let me just copy them real quick. These. Let me just copy this whole thing. And let's tap this inside 2 times of this. Then let's give this some size into Y. So size into Y is going to be none, and our height is going to be self dot minimum height, like this, right? So let me put the ID on top, because I always like to put the ID on top. Okay. So this should be fine, right? So now let's just work on our tabs, right? So let's run this. I just want to explain something. Okay. I think it's here. Okay, right. So we're not gonna use these ones, right? These navigation tabs. So we're just gonna create another navigation tab, right? So it's just going to be similar to this one, but it's just going to have like a different design of the background. And the color is going to be black because it's gonna appear here. And the icons are going to be these here, right? So let's minimize here, work on that. So let's open buttons.py, right? And we need to copy this navigation tab. Copy it, paste it below, right? Then here, let's just call this navigation tab let's say pause for horizontal, right? The background color, right? So here it's a faint white, right? So let's make it gray. So change these ones to zeros, right? Okay, so let's leave this like this. Let's make this one rounded rectangle, and let's give it some radius. So let's first try 20 display pixels, like this, right? So they're gonna look like a pill if we do them like this, right? Then let's get rid of this color because it's already black by default. Like our custom labels up, the text is set to black by default. So let's get rid of this. So now let's copy this. Okay, navigate to main.kv. So right here, I'm just gonna paste this, right? Then I'm gonna pass in my icon. So this is gonna come from assets / icons / So let's look at our icons. So the first one should be food. Let's try food. Food.png, right? Let's scroll up on check something. So let's copy this. Okay. So here is just say or, right? Then let's change this group to items underscore nav, because if we maintain nav, right, it's going to be grouped with this same as the navigation, right? So we need to differentiate here. So Control C, then we need to press this 4 more tabs, right? And let's get rid of this state. And let's leave 1. So let's run this and see how our navigation table looks. Okay, we have an error. So we didn't import this, so let's just import it real quick. Okay, so let's run it again. Navigation tab was right. Okay, navigation. Let's scroll downwards. So we didn't create the class here, right? So let's just create it. Which is happening here. Okay, run it again. Okay, so this is what we have, right? Okay. So we need to add more padding here, right? So we're padding this up this to 10, right? And run it again. Okay, I think the icon is positioned perfectly, right? So now let's try reduce this to 0.1, right? See how this looks. Okay, this one works. So let's minimize this, right? So here we have all, right? So this one, let's try burgers. So this should be burger. This one is let's put fries here. Then desserts. Let's put drinks. It should be drink. Then desserts. This should be dessert. So let's run this and see how this looks. Then you can see if we need to reduce the sizes of this. So we need to reduce the size of this one. And this one, this one, this one, this one. So this one can be like 80 display pixels, right? Size and X, I'm gonna set this to none. And our width, let's say to 80 display pixels. And run this. Okay, 80 is fine, right? So this one, let's try 100. This one, 100. So let me copy this, right? And let's price should be fine with 80 display pixels. This one, let's up it to 100. Same with this one. Let's try 100 here too. Okay, so let's run it. Okay. This is fine. So now let's add some functionality of it so that if something happened, let's try passing some text, right? So we're just gonna say, oh, we just give each item, right, something to send back. Okay, let's minimize. I just wanna try something quick. So here I'm gonna say on underscore stage, right? Where I say create a function root dot. Let's call it fetch underscore items, right? So let's put parentheses. Then you're just gonna pass in self dot text, right? If it doesn't work, we just have to give this navigation tab an ID. Then we're just gonna fetch the text using an ID, right? So let's create these fetch items inside main.py. So I'm just gonna put it here, right? So let's put some space. So you're gonna say define, paste this, parentheses, it's gonna take in self, but you're gonna need some values, right? Because we should receive some text, right? So here let's print value, right? So we're trying to print what we get from the navigation tab, right? So let's run it. Okay, so we need to print dessert, right? So let's minimize. Okay, so we have dessert, right? So let's go back to main.kv. Then I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here, 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 and here, right? Save it. Okay, so let me pull this up. Okay. Why is it sending two items at once? Minimize this. So, right, in Kivy, right, when you press the toggle button, right, it first it fires twice, right? The first one is setting the new toggle button, right, to down, right, and the other one is setting it to normal, right? So that's why you see in our terminal we're seeing two items, right, being printed out here, right? So let's try and see if we can fix that real quick, right? So on state here, right, let's use the one at the bottom, right? we're gonna put a new statement. All right, so we're gonna say if self dot state is equal to down, right? Then we can run this, right? So let me copy this line here, then paste it here also, so that we can test it. I'm working on something about food. Now I'm getting hungry. Okay, so let's run it. So let's minimize the size of this. Okay, now we're getting one value, right? Drinks, dessert. Right, so let's minimize this. Then let's do this for all items. And run it again. Okay, so now we send one value, right? So now we're going to be using these values to fetch and filter from our database, right? So let's just do that real quick. So let's minimize this. Let's open main.py, right? So we're not going to need this edge and these are the properties, right? So we just wanted to show you what the other properties look like, right? So let's get rid of this. Right. And if we scroll up, inside the assets, right, we have this folder data, right? So there's this table. So this one is MySQLite 3, right? So we have this, right? So we have some dummy information in here. So we're just gonna be using this information to fetch whatever we want, right? So here we have a code and whatnot, but we're just gonna be fetching using this category here. Then when ending something in the receipt, right, gonna be using this code here, right? But for now, let's just work on fetching this information using category, right? Okay, so let's open main.py, right? Then scroll upwards. Okay, this one, let's get rid of it. Clock, I think we're gonna need it. But let's put it below here, right? So let's import SQLite 3, right? Like this. Then inside our fetch items, right? Let's connect our database. So here they say con, right? So for connection. So when I say SQLite 3 dot connect, right? So where do we have our database, right? So it's inside assets, data, then it's called inventory.db, right? Okay, thank you, Python. Right. So now let's create our cursor. So cursor is going to be con.cursor, right? Like this. So we're gonna be using a category to filter, right? So let's create a variable and call it category underscore filter, right? And this is going to be equal to our value, right? Like this. So now let's write an SQL statement. So here let's say SQL is going to be select O from, let's look at our database, right? So it's inventory DB, right? And our tables, we have a table called inventory. So yeah, so select all for inventory where is it continuous? Should be, yeah, category. Where category is equal to, so let's put a question mark here. So we're using SQL, right? We'll be putting like a percentage S as a placeholder, right? So that we can avoid the SQL injection and those other stuff. So yeah, let's put values, right? So yeah, let's make it a list. Meaning here we're just gonna pass it now category filter. Or you can make it a tuple. Let's make it a tuple. Okay. So now let's run the dot execute. So we're gonna execute SQL and values like this, right? So now that we have these, right? Let's fetch the information. Just gonna say data, right, is equal to cursor dot fetch all, right? Like this. So now to see if we're getting any information, right? So let's print it out inside the terminal. Then after that, we're just gonna create some tabs, some custom tabs, so that we can display the information on our app, right? So for now, let's say for let's say for raw data, right? Print raw like this, right? So let's save it and let's run it. Let's run our app and see if we can get information in our terminal, right? So let's minimize this. Okay, so here we have burger, right? But we don't have anything. Let's look at our table. So category here is just burger, right? Okay. Inventory, but let's do we have fries. So fries should be fine, right? So let's click on fries, right? Okay, so now we have fries bridged out inside our terminal, right? So which means we can fetch the information we want and that function is working. Like, so now we don't have a category named or right? So what we can do here is again add an if statement, right? To say if it's all right, it's just gonna fetch all the information. But if it's anything else, then it's just going to filter, right? So let's navigate to main.py. Let's get rid of this print value, right? So inside here, right, I'm just gonna say if I think we should do it here, right? Underneath this one. So we're gonna say if category filter is equal to all, right? Then it's gonna run and find something else. Else it's gonna execute this one. So let's paste this here, right? Then let's get rid of this where. Then we're not gonna pass any values, right? So let's get rid of values here. Then we're only gonna execute SQL like this. So let's run this, see what we get. Okay, let's drag this upwards. Not gonna get anything, got information. But here we got everything, right? Okay. So now we can fetch all our information using these navigation tabs, right? So let's minimize this. Then let's look at main.kv, right? So let's remove an S here. Let's leave fries like that. Let's remove one for here. Then the dessert. So dessert is fine, but let's look at our table. Fries. So let's test out dessert. Okay, so we got dessert here. Okay, fine. So dessert works. So let's run it again. So burger works, fries works, drink works, dessert works, all works. Okay, fine. So let's close this now. So now what we need to do, right? Let's open main.py, right? So we have this init function, right? So this is what's going to be ran whenever we open our app, right? So what we need to do here is, excuse me, we need to make sure that we fetch the information whenever we start running our app, right? So I'm going to copy this here, right? Then here I'm going to create a function, right? So I'm just going to say define. So I'm going to call it one underscore essentials, right? So this function is going to be ran whenever this app starts, right? So here I'm just going to say DT, right? Then I'm going to paste everything here. Then I'm going to get rid of this if statement here. I'm not going to need value. So I'm going to take this, shift tab it like this, right? So here now we're going to put clock, right? Clock, so we need schedule once, right? So it's going to take in self run essentials. Let's get rid of parentheses, right? Then comma. So here let's just put 0.1, right? So let's run it and see if we're going to see some information in our terminal. Okay, so we have our information here, right? Fine. So now what we need to do is we need to send information to our list property, right? So here let's call it items. So item is going to be a list property, right? So I'm going to take this. Then what do we have it for? Whatnot. Okay, so let's get rid of this, right? So if we look at this, right, you can see this one is going to be our ID, is going to be code, name, category, price, and path, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a dictionary, right? Then we're gonna pass in that dictionary into our list, right? So it's going to be a list full of dictionaries, right? So here let's just call this I always like calling it data, right? So let me change the name of this one. Let me just call this one info. So info is going to be a dictionary, right? And our dictionary is going to have an ID, right? And our ID is going to be at 40, right? So let's put a comma here. Right, so let me copy this, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let me paste it 5 times. So this here needs to be code. Then this is going to be name.
category. Then this is going to be price, and this is going to be image. So image underscore path, right? So this needs to be at index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So after doing this, right, what we need to do, right, we need to append that for each dictionary we create, right, we need to append it to items, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say self dot items, right? Dot append info. Okay, like this, right? It's always best to put this inside the try except block, right? So that if there's any errors, the system doesn't crash. Then we just see a warning pop-up. Right. Let's look at popups.py. I think we created a warning pop-up. Okay, we have it, right? Did we? Okay, so we can just import it inside main.py, right? So here, right, underneath our cursor here, right, let's put our try. Then let's take everything here and tab it once. So here, let's put our except, right? Then exception is error, like this. Then let's say warning pop-up, warning underscore up is going to be our warning pop-up. So let's put parentheses. This needs to be lowercase p, right? I think PyGem just imported this for us. Okay, so it's from widgets.popups import warning pop-up, right? So here we're gonna say warning pop-up dot title. Excuse me. Oh, what am I doing now? So this is going to be, so let's put an F string here. And we're just gonna print out the error, right? Then we just need to say warning pop-up, excuse me, dot open, right? So let's look at popups.py, right? Okay, so this should be fine. So let's navigate back to main.py, right? Then just to make sure that we close our connection, right, our database connection every time, let's add a finally. So here we're just gonna say finally, right? Just gonna say if con, right, for if connection, right? Then if we have a connection, we just gonna close it like this, right? So this should be fine. So what I'm gonna do is I wanna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? Let me minimize this. I hope I don't mess this code up. Like this, okay? So if it's this, then this, right? Then else. So I'm gonna place this here, right? So let me put this here, right? We just need this part. Then we just use it to replace this part.
So let's get rid of this, then save it, right? So one thing we really have to do that's really important, right, is when we'll be okay, fine. I'll explain it later. It's always best to explain while I'm doing it, right? So now what we need to do is navigate to widgets and create our custom tabs, right? So we're just gonna be using those to view the items inside our database, and we're gonna be using those same tabs, right? To, let's say, if we click on them, we can just add information or an item into our cart and into our receipt, right? So to do that, let's navigate to widgets folder, right? So let me just open it. Need to create a new file in here, right? A new Python file. So I'm just gonna call this one tables of pi, right? So inside there, we're just gonna create our tables, right? So let me close pop-ups. Let me close inventory.db and buttons.py. Then work on this. Okay, so let's look at labels.py, right? So I'm just gonna copy this, then paste it here, right? So we need to change this to a box layout. Like this, right? So we need to change this to, so let's call it food tab, right? So what we want to do with this, right? So we're gonna set it up like it's going to be a box layout, and it's gonna have some orientation which is going to be vertical, right? So we need to get rid of this. So since it's a box layout, let's say orientation, let's set it to vertical, right? Like this. Then let's not add some padding just yet, right? What we can do is let's give it a size int. So let's just say size it. Then we give it a width and a height, right? So we're gonna set the width to none, then the height to none, like this, right? So here we need to put size. Then the width, let's set it to let's try 125 display pixels. Then the height, let's set it to let's first put 400, right? Then if it's too much, we're just gonna reduce it. If it's too little, we're gonna increase it. Then let's put some spacing. Oh, we don't need to put spacing here. So let's leave it like this. Then let's give it a background color, and we're gonna set this to white, right? So when I say canvas dot before semicolon, enter tab, then color semicolon. Then here we need to say RGBA. So we want the background to be white, right? But since our main background, like the background color of our main window, is like a light gray, right? So let's just put a line around it, a gray line around it. Then we put the white inside, right? So here let's just say RGBA, put parentheses. Then let's open quotes. Then here should be hashtag C4C4C4, right? Then let's put a rounded rectangle. So rounded rectangle. Then now we're gonna say pause going to be self.pause. Then size is going to be self.size, right? Then let's pass in some radius. So our radius is going to be, let's put 20 display pixels. So this needs to be DP.
20 like this, right? So let's give this one some padding of 1 display pixel. Like this, right? So I'm just gonna copy this up to here, right? Then I'm gonna put a box layout here. Then paste this. So we need to tab it once, right? Then let's increase the padding to, should we say 10 or 20? Let's first try 10. If it's too small, then you can increase it, right? Then we need to let's not put some padding here, right? So let's get rid of this. Excuse me. Let's put spacing. So just put some spacing of 10 display pixels, right? So there was, okay, we need to remove this there, then we put this here, right? Then we need to change this to 6F. So we're gonna make this wide. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, right. So let's split this to the right side, right? So split right. And let's open main.py and let's just minimize this. So we have ID, code, name, category, and price, right? So let me just copy these. Then get rid of this pass, then paste this here. Right. So our ID, right? So this needs to be, let's just make it a string property. So we're just gonna make everything a string property, right? Let's close this. Okay. So we might not need the category when we are showing our items, right? But let's just put it in there, right? Okay, so let's import our string property. So it's going to be from Kivy.properties import string property, right? We can make price a numeric property. So let's make price a numeric property. So let's copy this, then let's put it next to our string property up here, right? So comma, then let's paste this and this, right? Excuse me. So now that we have these, right? So what we need to do inside this box layout, right? We're gonna put a box layout. So let's not use an image. The reason why I want to put a box layout, right? I want to use the source part of this of the canvas dot before, right? So it's just gonna take up the whole space, right? Then you're just gonna have rounded edges on top. Then at the bottom, we just make it flat, right? Then below that, we're just gonna put another box layout, which is gonna contain the product name and the price, right? So let's just do that real quick. So inside here, we need to add 2 box layouts. Right. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So let's tap this inside like this, right? And I need to duplicate this. Right. So in the second one, we don't need this canvas dot before. So let's get rid of that. Then your spacing of 10, then let's add some padding.
right? So we're gonna have some padding of 10 display pixels. Then here, right, we don't need orientation here. We don't need spacing, right? And we only need a radius on the top left corner and the top right corner, right? The lower right corner, we're just gonna set it to 0, and the left bottom corner, we're just gonna set it to 0 also. So it's going to be curved on top, then it's just gonna be straight at the bottom, right? Okay, so now let's add our source. So here we're just gonna say source, and source is gonna be root dot. So source is going to be image path here. So we're gonna say root dot image path like this, right? Then we need to give this some height. So here we're gonna say size underscore int underscore y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to, we said our width is what, 125 display pixels. So let's 125 display pixels like this, right? Excuse me. So now we should see our image, right? Then after that, we need to add some custom labels inside here, right? So let's look at main.kv, right? Just gonna look for a label. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste this 3 times. The 3 or twice. So we need the price and we need the name, right? So yes, we only need 2. And the bottom one, let's make it app dot semi-bold. Well, let's see how can I, so this one, the first one, let's get rid of the H line, right? So that it just gets aligned to the left. So yeah, let's replace the text. Instead of QTY, we're just gonna say root dot name, right? Size int x. Let's remove this. Okay. Then here, let's align this to the right. Then here on text, right, we're gonna say root dot price, right? But then let's grab this inside parentheses. Then let's make this a string, right? Like this. Okay. Let's see. So if we give this some height of 40 display pixels each, right? So we're gonna have 80, then 10 display pixels of spacing. Now we're on 90. Then we have 10 on top and 10 at the bottom. We have 110, right? Then we factor in this one. So let's reduce our icon size to 300 at first. Then let's see how that looks, right? So let me take this. Then let's go to main.py, right? So each and every time that we fetch information from our table, right? Let's close this. So let me just, okay, we don't have anything of this, right? So whenever we send to self.items, right? What we are going to do, right, is we're gonna take these items, right? Then we're gonna say each and every time this variable is disturbed, we're just gonna display information if we have that information inside the database, right? So let's just do that real quick. So right here,
we're just gonna say define, then we're gonna say on underscore items, right? So it's gonna take in self, then it's gonna take in instance, then it's gonna take in items, right? Then here let's say pass, right? So let's split main to the right, right? So let me just take it and put it here. Not receipts, I want the other one. Okay, items list, right? So let's copy this ID, right? Okay, so let's get to the pass here. So here we're just gonna say so since our table is going to be a stack layout, right? We're given that stack layout an ID of items list. So let's just say table is going to be self dot ideas dot items underscore list, right? So this is going to be our table, right? Like this. So just in case we have something displaying, right, we just make sure we're gonna clear the table. So to clear widgets right inside the layout, right, we just say, so here we're saying table, right? Then we're gonna say clear underscore widgets, and let's put parentheses, right? So to clear a layout, right, of widgets, right, we just say that id dot clear widgets, right? So even if it's another widget that you can add other widgets, you just do that. So here let's put a for loop, right? So here when I say for so we're just gonna say food, right? For food item in items, right? Excuse me. So here we need to have like a row, right? So here we're just gonna say table raw. So we're gonna say it's equal to, let's look at okay, so it's food tab, right? So let's paste it here and let's put parentheses, right? So here we are calling our custom table, right? So we are not done with this table, right? We're just gonna add some clickable functionalities to it, right? So for now, let's import it. So we're gonna say from widgets.tables import food tab, right? So let's import this. So our table row, right, as an ID code name, right? So let me just copy these. Then I'm gonna paste them here, right? Select these, tap them inside, and I'm gonna copy this. Let me add a dot here, right? Then I'm gonna select everything up to here, right? Select this space here, Control D, Control D, Control D, right arrow, paste this. Oh, that didn't go as smooth as I thought it was going to do. But anyways, let me just fix this. Right, so let me get rid of this part. Right. After doing this, right, let's just add our widget, right, to table here. So when I say table dot add underscore widget, so we're adding table row, right? So let's just run this and see if we can get some information here inside our app.
String property wasn't closed. Oh, okay. And we didn't pass any information here, right? So if we go to pass in any information, so our items, right, are going to be a dictionary, right? So we need to fetch the information. So let's replace all of these. So here we're gonna say food dot get, right? Then let's put parentheses. So here we're just gonna put quotes, comma, then let's put quotes, right? Like this. So for ID, let's put an ID here. Then for code, let's put a code. Then name, let's put name. Category, let's put category. Image path, let's put image. Then let me just copy this, then paste it here, right? So for price, just gonna put price here, but here let's just put let's put 0. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay. Oh, I closed it without checking out what the exception that was thrown out. So let me just run it again. Okay. Size going to be self.size. So we have the typo here, right? Here also. Okay, so let's minimize this. Let's open tables.py. So I'm just gonna select this, then Control D, fix everything at the same time. So let's run it again. So food tab.id accept only string, right? So let's change this to, so let's make this one a string, right? So let's run it again. Food tab.id accept only string, right? So now we're sending, okay, we only fixed one part. So let's fix this one again. I believe we have another one. Okay. This should be the last one. So let's run it again. Okay. So this is our food tabs, right? So we need to reduce the height of it, like significantly reduce the height of it. Then since the StackLayout, right, let's try reducing the width, right? Okay, this is working just fine. So our width is a little bit small, right? So we're just gonna increase it a little bit, but then we need to reduce the size of this at the bottom here. So let's minimize this. Let's navigate to tables.py. So let's give this our height is 125 display pixels, right? So let's make it 150, right? Then let's make our width here
150, right? So since our height is 150, right, and let's reduce this to uh, let's say 240. Let's run it again. Okay. This isn't looking too bad, right? So let's just reduce the size of this a little bit more, right? To like 200. Then we change the color of the price, right? Then we can add a dollar sign here. Then if you're using whatever currency you're using, you just put it here. Right? Then we make this bold and make this one semi-bold. So let's minimize this. So here, let's make it 200. Scroll to the bottom. So this one, we're gonna make it let's make this one bold and this one semi-bold. Right? Let's give it some color. So our color is going to be let's say 0, 0, 0, 0 point, let's start with 7, like this. So let's run it. Okay, now the size of our text here is now too small, right? So yeah, let's just leave 240, right? Or let's put 230. So let's run it again. Okay. So we're just gonna add the dollar sign, then we're just gonna make this thing clickable, right? So this is going to be a button. So let's see. Um, this thing didn't clear, right? But I think I know what the issue is. So let's minimize this. If we navigate to main.py, right? Whenever we add information here, right? We don't clear the self.items, right? So we need to make sure that we clear that every time, right? Because it's just gonna keep adding information on top of other information. So here we're gonna say self.items is equal to empty, right? So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here and also here, right? So let's run it and see if that works. Is the warning. Okay. So now we can see that now if you wanna see desserts, we can only see desserts. If you wanna see drinks, we can only see drinks. If you wanna see fries, burgers, if you wanna see everything. Cannot operate on a closed database. Okay. Uh, You're not gonna need this.
So let's run it again. Because I think that after we ran this, right, after we closed the function, right, the code that we had here, right, Python tried to run it, but then the database was already closed. And here we need to just shift tab this once. And let's do the same here, right? So let's run it again. Okay, this works, this works, this works, this works. Moment of truth. Oh, yeah, this works, right? So now this works, right? So let's just make these buttons. Then we're just gonna work on this real quick. Then we can be done with this video real quick, right? So let's minimize this. Reduce the size of this. So inside tables.py, right here, we need to import button behavior, right? So let's import button behavior, right? Like this. Then let's add the callback. And our callback is going to be an object property, right? Then inside here, we're just gonna say allowman is going to be true, right? So let's import this. Okay. So now we need to add an old press functionality right here, right? So that we can be able to click our button, then call our callback. So right here, we're just gonna say on underscore press, right? So you're just gonna say root dot callback, right? Our object property in parentheses. So here, right, we just need to pass in root. So we're just gonna pass in the whole foot tab. So here we're just gonna say root like this. So now our foot tab is now clickable, right? So here, right, we're gonna say table row, right, dot callback, right? We're gonna say it's equal to self dot let's say add underscore food product, right? So what we're going to try to do here is whenever we click on the button, we'll try to add the item that we clicked on inside our cart. Like it's going to be shown inside the receipts tab, right? So here we don't put parentheses, right? Because we put parentheses, this is going to be ran before you click the food tab and call the callback, right? So we're not gonna put parentheses here. So define. So let's paste this function name down here, right? So we just wanna test if our button is working. So it's gonna take in self and the row to the end the widget that we're calling from, right? The food tab. So inside here, we're just gonna say instance of that widget, right? So you're just gonna say print instance dot name, right? Then the other one, you're just gonna say instance dot code. So now we're trying to check if our buttons are working, right? So let's just run it again. Okay, so let's reduce the size of this, right? And let's increase the size of our app. So let's click here, right? Okay, so you can see the name and the code, right? Burger 2, you can see the name and the code. So we've managed to create these so that we can show our food items, right? Then we've made them buttons. So now what we're gonna do is we want to be able, like, when we click on this, right, we add the item and it appears here, right? For us to demonstrate that, we need to create another tab, a custom receipt tab. So we're just gonna copy this here. Then we're just gonna use it to create the receipt tabs. So let's just do that real quick. So let me minimize this. Then before we do that, we're supposed to add a $sign here, right? So here I'm just gonna put a $sign space. Or let me just not put a space here. Then plus, like this. So we just concatenate the strings. So this should be fine. All right. So here we need a receipt tab. So I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So let me change this to receipt tab, right? So here we're gonna have a callback, but we're gonna add a button for that. Then let me copy this. So let's define our receipt tab, right? Like this. Then right here, let's put some separation here. So let's put a line of hashtags. Save it. Now let's navigate to main.kv. So we need these. So we're gonna copy this line up to here, right? Then we need to paste it here. So here we have items, quantity, price, right? And this one, right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna change this one to a float layout. Like this. Then this here, we're gonna say the text is coming from dot price, right? So let's wrap this inside parentheses, then let's make it a string. Then let's just add the $sign, right? Like this. So I'm gonna copy the same line because we're gonna do something similar here. So let's paste this. So this needs to be X, right, 4 times, so that we can see the amount of quantity, right? So this needs to be quantity. So we have quantity price. Then this needs to be root dot name, right? So we're not gonna need the category here, but let's just keep it in there. ID name. So we're gonna need quantity. Should we make it a numeric property? So let's make it a numeric property. But the thing with numeric properties, right, sometimes they turn integers into floats, right? So let's change category to quantity, right? So let's save this. So we're not gonna need the image path here. We might not need the code and the ID, right? But for now, let's just leave them in there, right? So here, let's remove bold and let's just put
app.body, right? Yeah, okay. What we can do here, right? We could say canvas dot before, right? Then here we're gonna say color. So you're gonna say rectangle, right? But what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say pause is going to be self dot pause, but size, right? We just want to make sure that this is only 1 pixel high, right? 1 pixel large. So here let's put a square brackets, right? Then here we're gonna say self dot size, then square brackets. Then inside there we're just gonna put 0, right? Then exit that, then comma. Then let's put our height. So dp 1, like this, right? So for us to so we will need to display this using code, right? But for now, for testing purposes, let's import this inside our main.kv and try to edit manually, right? So that we can see if we don't have errors or anything before we proceed. So now you paste this. Let me duplicate this line. Okay, and this needs to be tables. So now let's get rid of this. Where do we have our grid layout? Okay, so I'm gonna paste this. Right, so let's run this. So we don't have anything inside our name, quantity, and whatnot, right? Okay, so now we have an error. So let's see where we have an issue. So size, right, was self dot. Okay, we have a typo here. Okay, so as you can see, we're seeing some information here, right? So you can see we have 0 items in there, 0 amount because we don't have any information. We can see the name of our items yet because we didn't pass any information here. So the reason why we're getting 0 quantity and 0 here where we have price is because by default, right, the numeric property always sets everything to 0, right? So if you don't pass in any information, it's just gonna store 0. So that's why. So now let's we need to create a button, right? So we're gonna be using that button to delete an item from the receipt, right? So let's just do that real quick. So let's navigate to, we need buttons.py. Right, so here we created a custom rounded button, right? So now we need one, but the one that we need, right, you shouldn't have a border, right? So what we're gonna do here, I'm just gonna select this, then paste it here, right? So now I'm just gonna say, let me call it flat rounded button. Let's scroll up. So I'm gonna copy this one. That's not the one that I want. Okay, it's this one. So this one is going to be flat rounded button. Let's get rid of this and the padding, right? Let's get rid of this. Then we're gonna select everything here, then shift tab at once, right? So this should fix everything for us, right? So now let's import this pattern inside main.kv. Buttons, okay. So we have flat rounded button, right? So let's say this. Then let's go to tables.py, right? So let me just copy this. So inside here, right, let's put this button and takes in an icon. So let's say icon. Then what I say assets / I / let's look at our icons, right? We have delete here, so let's put delete dot png, right? So let's save it and run. We didn't give this a size, a position yet. Exactly. So that's why all the buttons are right here, right? So, excuse me. So let's add a pause it here. Position hint. Okay, braces. So here we're gonna say center underscore x. We're gonna set this to 0.5, right? Then here we have center underscore y, right? So we're gonna set this to 0.5 also. So let's run it again. Okay, so we have our buttons here, right? What we can do, right, inside the grid layout, we can add some spacing. Okay. So underneath here, we're just gonna say spacing, right? So let's set this to 10 display pixels. So let's run it again. Okay. So now let's work on, if we add something here, right? We want it to appear here so that we don't have to add these items manually, right? Okay. So let's just, this is not connected to this just yet. So let's minimize this. Right. So okay. I was thinking of just adding these the information manually so that you can see what we can do, but let's do it with code, right? You're not rushing anywhere anyways. So let's do this. Save it. Then we are not going to need buttons.py. So let's close it. This one we might need it, so let's leave it there, right? Let me just close this, then I'll work with one window, right? Close icons. Okay. So now that we're getting this instance, right? We want to make sure that once we get the information, this information here, right? We're gonna add it inside the cart. Then that cart is going to display the items inside our receipts, right? So that's the plan. So what we can do with that is we can there's a step, right? But I don't want to make this video way too long. That's the problem I'm facing, right? Because there are a lot of things we can do, right? We can add buttons that we can use. If we click on something, we increase the total inside our inside our receipts, and we decrease it. Then in addition to the delete button, you can actually remove the information from there, right? So I'm thinking about that. Anyways, let's first work on adding our products. So right here, right, we need to create a dictionary. Right? So let me just select this from year to year, Control C, and let's paste this here, right? Then let's make this a dictionary. So let me scroll up. I'm just gonna take this information, right? Then I'm gonna paste it here. So inside here, I'm gonna pass in instance, right? This instance. Like this, right? So here we need to say instance dot ID, right? Then we're gonna need instance dot code. We're gonna need instance dot name. This was quantity, right? So let's say quantity, right? Then here we're just gonna pass in I think we should just pass in 1 by default, right? So let's just make sure quantity is let's make it a string. It's just going to be it was null property, so let's make it let's just make it 1. Price is going to be instance dot price, right? Then we're not gonna need this one. Okay, so this should be fine, right? So since this is like this, right? I'm thinking of making quantity okay, let me just leave it like this. If you have any problems with that, we can just change it later. Right. So now we have the food product, right? So after doing this, right, you can just say what did we call the other one? Cart, right? So let me just copy it. You can just add it here, right? You can just say self.cut dot append food product, right? You just do this, then you can have the food product in your cart, right? So we need to copy what we did here, right? So let me just copy this line. like this. So this is going to be on. So let's look at main.kg. So this is going to be a receipts list, right? Uh, okay, so we can maintain food because the food stuff, right? Let's open tables.py. So it's receipt tab. So let's copy this, then replace these, right? So we're not gonna need image part. So we change category to quantity, right? At this, so this needs to be 0. And let's import this, right? I don't think we're gonna need this callback here. Oh, we have it, right? But we wanted to use it to delete the information from the receipt, right? So let's run this and see if we can get information here. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, we're clicking here, right? And we're getting information, our receipts, right? So bigger true, we have 1, and the cost here, right? As you can see, we have this and this and this, right? So what we can try to do next is make sure that if we have this item already, right, we can only increase the quantity, right? So we don't have to add everything. So that we don't have to have multiple items, multiple entries of the same item, right? So it will only be updating the quantity and the total here, right? So we're gonna work on this after we're done with this part here. So let's minimize this and work on this part, right? Okay, okay. So let's take this one, right? Then let's put it here. Okay. So we're using this function, right, to add our food products to our receipt tab, right? So what we can do here is excuse me, we're gonna use the same function, right, to check if we already have that same food product inside our self.cart, right? Then after doing that, we update the self.cart, right? So where we have quantity set to 1, we're gonna update that. So the cleanest way we can do that, right? We can have a second function, right, that we can call after checking, right? So let's say we find that we don't have that same item, we can just add it. Then if we do, we update the quantity, right? So to do that, let's create another function. Down here, let's just call it because we can actually update our receipt tab, right? Then add a plus icon and a minus icon, right? So that we can click on it and add something. Click the minus one, then decrease. Then if we set it to, if it becomes 0, then it automatically removes the, what do you call it? It automatically removes the item from the receipt, right? Then the delete button is just gonna remove the item from the receipt, then update the old prices and everything, right? So let's just do that real quick. So here is right. What can we call it? So let's just say quantity underscore control, right? Because I learned this way from some other guy like way back. The guy disappeared from YouTube though. Yeah, he showed me how to do this, right? Because I was just packing everything way back in like 2020. Because I used to pack like all of my functions, like all of everything into one giant function, right? And it looked very messy. So let's just try his way, right? Because it works better. So let's say self, right? Then let's take an instance of our widgets, right? So that this is going to give us access to these here. So let's say instance, then let's just say this one, we're just gonna say value, right? And by default, let's set this value to false, right? So we're gonna get some value whether to add or to decrease the size, right? So inside here, we're gonna say quantity, right? Gonna say quantity is equal to instance dot quantity, right? Okay, we have it inside our receipt tab, right? So we're just gonna call this one instance dot quantity, right? So the numeric property that we used right inside our receipt tab, it tends to sometimes turn the numeric properties to floats, right? So it's always best to change this to an integer, right? If it's an integer, it will just remain an integer. But if it's now a float, we're gonna revert it back to an integer, right? Like this. So now we have our quantity, right? So what we need to do now is gonna say if value is true, right? We're gonna increase, but if value is false, we're gonna decrease, right? So that's what we need to do. So right here, just gonna say if value. So just gonna say if value because if value just means if value is true, right? We're gonna say quantity, right? Just gonna say plus or equals to 1, right? So we're gonna use this to do it this way, right? Then excuse me. Oh. So here we're gonna say else, right? So if it's not true, right, we're gonna decrease the size of it. So here we need to say minus equals to 1, right? Like this, right? So after decreasing, right, we need to make sure that we check if it's 0, right? Because if it's 0, we want it to remove the item from our receipt. So here, let's say if, right, so let's say we updated everything, right? So we're gonna say if quantity here, right, is less than 0, right? Quantity is going to be equal to 0, right? So we want to make sure that we don't get a negative value in here, right? So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna try and fetch the item using instance.code, right? Because the names may be the same, right? But the code or the ID, right? Or we can just use ID, right? So to do that, okay, what's happening? Okay, like this. So let's create an ID, right? So this is going to be our product ID. So here we're gonna use our instance dot code, right? So this is going to be our ID, right? Then we need the list, right? So let's just say, oh, underscore products, right? So if you have better names to put that, because I like to use like full names when I'm naming my variables. So I'm just going to say all products is equal to a list and a list of self dot cart like this, right? So what we're gonna do, right? So we're gonna say for I comma x in enumerate, then we're gonna pass in all products, right? All right. So what we're gonna do is gonna say if x, right? So let's put parentheses code is equal to our ID, right? Let's put an underscore here because ID is a reserved keyword in Python, right? So when I say ID underscore, right? So if if the code we have is the same with this with what we're gonna find inside of all products, right? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna say, so let's say, should we call it product? Let's call it product. So when I say product, it's going to be dict x, right? So x is going to be turned into a dictionary, right? So we're gonna with this one we're gonna clone the product inside our cart, right? Then after doing that, we need to break like this. Then underneath the if statement, we're gonna say else. We're just gonna say return, right? So if we don't find anything, we're just gonna say return like this. Right. So here, what we need to do is we need to update our quantity, right? So here we're just gonna say product, right? Of this product here that we've taken and turned into a dictionary, right? So when I say product, inside here, when I say quantity, we only need quantity. All right. So when I say quantity is equal to quantity, right? Like this. Then should we turn this into a string? I don't know. The other thing we can do, right? We can say solve dot cart, right? So in solve dot cart, we need to say we don't need parentheses here. But when I say dot pop, right? So when I remove I, right? This one here, right? So after removing it, then we need to, let's say if the quantity is greater than 0, right? The quantity of our food product count, right? If it's if it's not equal to 0 or greater than 0, right? We're gonna make sure that we insert it back, right? So after removing I, right, we're gonna say if self dot, no, we don't need self, and start to make a lot of errors, man. Okay, just bear with me for a little bit. We're almost done. So here we're just gonna say if quantity, right, is not equal to 0. So now if it's not equal to 0, we need to add back our product, right? So we're gonna say self dot cut dot insert. What are we inserting? I, comma, and our product. right? So here was the issue with this one. Local variable product might be referenced before assignment. Okay, so we need to find a way to call this one, right? This quantity control, right? So to do that, let's work something here, right? So we're gonna do a little bit of what we did yesterday, right? We're just gonna get the whole soft.cut, then we're gonna check if the new stuff is inside here. Then if it's already in there, we're gonna call this one, right? Then not have to add this inside our soft.cut. But if it's not, then we're gonna add something. So we need to create an if statement in between here. Right, so let me copy this line here, right? Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So here we're gonna say all products, right? It's going to be a list, right? So once we've made it into a list, right, we need to filter and look for this here, right? For the code, right? Then if we have something in there, right, which it's going to be stored in here, right? Then we're gonna say if the length of this one, this variable here, right, if it's more than 0, then we're gonna call this one, right? If it's not, we're just gonna add the item inside our cart, right? So that's what we need to do. So for now, right, let's wrap this inside parentheses. Then here we need to say filter, right? Like this. So inside here, we're just gonna say lambda x, right? When I say x, so in here, let's say code, right? Like this. So when I say x code, right, is equal to instance dot code, right? Like this, right? Then here we're just gonna say comma self.cart, right? So let's just look at it real quick. Okay, like this. Excuse me. Now let's put our if statement. So here we're gonna say if length of all products, right, is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, right, let's give it a target, right? So let's say target is equal to none, like this, right? So down here, let me just put an else statement there, like this. So now let's continue working on our if statement. So here, let's put a for loop, right? What we're gonna do with this for loop, right? We're gonna search what do we call it? We're gonna search this one, solve.ids list, right? So let me copy it and paste it here, right? So we're gonna say for each, right, item, right? Because we need to, like, this one, this tag layout, the receipts list is using grid layout. So this grid layout here, right, it's gonna have some children, right? So the items that we're adding. So we're gonna loop inside those, right? So we're just gonna say self.ids.receipts list dot children. I like this, right? So let me just put the for part. So when I say for, right, so since we're going to be checking the quantity, right? So we're just gonna say for x n, right? So let's put a semicolon at the end. Then when I say inside the for loop, if x dot quantity is equal to all products At index 0. Then here let's put square brackets again. And this one is going to be quantity, like this. Let's put a semicolon. So if it's like this, right? So if the quantity is the same as this one, right? So when I say this one is the same as this one, right? What are we going to do? Just gonna say target is equal to X, right? So it's going to be equal to the one that we're gonna find inside here, right? So now, right, since target was none, right, and we've updated it here, right, underneath our for loop, we're gonna say if target, right? So what are we gonna do if target, right? We're just gonna call this function here. So you're just gonna say self dot. So let's paste this. Let's get rid of the semicolon. Then we're just gonna say let's get rid of self. So this one is going to be instance. So let's pass in target. Like this, right? Okay. Let's run this and see if this works. Oh, that's taking way too long to run. So let's add this one, right? Like this. So let's try adding it again. Okay, so let's check something, right? Okay, so here, right? If we already have it, we should send true, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so let's. Okay, so now we can increase our quantity, right? Oh, we seem to be only updating the first one, but we can't update this one. This one. Oh, okay. Let's minimize and go through the code and see where we can improve on, right? So let's try changing this using code red again. So it seems as if we can only update the only one we click first, right? Okay, let's minimize this. Okay, so let's look at quantity control first, right? Here, right? Let's shift tab this one, right? Like this. Then here, right? The ID we're using is instance.code, right? Let's try writing this another way, right? So let me just do this. Then here, this is just start looping here. So you're gonna say for I, comma, product and enumerate self dot cut, right? So let's put a semicolon at the end here. Then inside you're gonna say if product code, right? Is equal to our ID underscore, right? So if it's equal, here's what we need to do, right? Just let's create a variable, call it updated. Right, so updated is going to be a dictionary, right? So we're gonna turn product into a dictionary like this. Then when I say updated, quantity, right? It's going to be equal to quantity like this, right? So underneath, inside, while we're still inside this each statement, we're just gonna say self dot pop left cart, right? So self dot cart dot pop. So let's put parentheses. What are we popping? What pop I, right? Then when I say if quantity is greater than 0, right? When I say self dot cut dot insert, what are we inserting? I, comma, then updated. Like this, right? Then underneath our if statement, we can put break like this, right? So let's save. Then let's comment these out. Let's run it again, right? So if it's not here, we have to rework on our add product, right? Okay. So now this is working. Right. So what we can do is we can add a button, right? Same with this one. We can just add a button here and a button here, right? Then we just make it easier for us to, let's say we've added 3, right? But then now the customer wants to, they just click on it and reduce the size here, right? The quantity. So let's minimize that and just add the buttons real quick, right? So where did we create a receipt tab, right? Okay, here we have it. Okay, so let's duplicate these, right? We're gonna need to change this one, right? Of course, for now, this one is calling this one, right? Our original design, we wanted this one to delete the item, right? So let's just create the function real quick. Self dot delete from underscore receipt, right? So I'm gonna copy most of the stuff in here, right? So it's gonna take in self and instance, right? Like this. So let's see what we can use in here, right? So I'm just gonna copy everything in here. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So we don't need the quantity, we don't need the value, right? So let me get rid of this. Right. So here we're gonna say instance ID is instance.code, right? If I product numerate product is equal to this, right? So let's get rid of this and do this, right? So this should allow us to remove the item from the receipt, right? So let's scroll up. We need to change this one to callback 2. and this one to callback 3, right? Or we can just add one extra. Right, so let's get rid of this. Then we need to pass in this one. Then we just make sure that one sends in a positive value and the other one sends in a negative value, right? So let's run this, right? But just real quick, let's just comment this out because we haven't added this inside out. So let's test the delete from the seed part. Okay. So this this is not deleting anything, right? Okay, minimize this. Where do we have? Okay, we need. Let's look at tables, right? So receipt tab is a callback, right? Okay, here we have it. So we didn't call this, right? So let's add on underscore press going to be root dot callback, right? Then let's just pass in self, or let's pass in root. Because we say pass in self, we're gonna send in this one, right? So let's pass in root so that you can just pass in the root widget. So let's run it again. Okay, now this works. Okay, so now we can remove an item from our receipt list, right? So now let's add some buttons here, right? And some buttons here. And maybe add some padding inside our custom widget, like bottom padding, so that it pushes everything upwards. So let's minimize this. So inside our tables.py, right? So here with spacing, we don't have padding, right? And the other thing, we can actually remove the line here, this line. But let's work with it for now, then we can add it later. So here, let's put padding, right? So for the left side, we just need 0, right? The top side, we need 0 padding. The right, 0 padding. Then the bottom, we need, let's put 4 display pixels, or let's put 2, right? Let's run it and see how this looks. Okay, so you can see we don't have anything eating up this line below it, right? That's fine. So now let's add the button here and the button here. So let's minimize this. So where do we have quantity, right? Okay, we have quantity here, right? So let's copy this. Paste it here. And this, paste it here, right? Then let's take in, we need to convert it to, you can just copy this line. So this one is going to be, let's put plus on the right side and minus on the left side. So here, let's just say plus. Then this one becomes minus, right?
like this. So let's run it and see how this looks. Okay, so we have our plus button here, right? But we don't see our minus button. And we might need to increase the size of this parent widget, right? So let's minimize this. Let's open main.kv. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it here and here, right? So let's reduce the spacing to 4 display pixels, right? Then inside table.py, let's reduce the spacing to 4 display pixels, right? Let's go back to main.kv, right? It's taking in 1/3, right? So I'm thinking of, let's look at this one, right? We get rid of the size int x, right? So just make sure that it takes in the remaining space of everything, right? And let's scroll downwards. So here we say none, right? Then what I'm trying to do here is I'm just gonna pass in like a definite size, right, for this day. Then where I say width is going to be let's say dp, right? Let me scroll downwards and try to calculate the width of this thing. So here we have items, right? So we didn't set the size for items. And this one is for the display pixels, 40, 40. So this is 120, 200, 240, right? Plus the spacing here. So let me try set the width to 400 display pixels or 350. Let's start with 400 and let's run it and see how this looks. Okay, let's try adding something. Okay, so this is lined properly, this is lined properly, but we're not seeing the minus icon here. So let's minimize this. Okay, minus.png. So let's look at our icons. Do we have minus? We have plus. Let's check console burger, right? So when I was adding this plus icon, I might have forgotten to add the other one, right? So let me just add that real quick. Okay, so of course the video and edit the icon, right? So I'm also gonna add it in the template folder that we're gonna find in the GitHub repository, right? So let's run it again and see if we can see our icon. Okay, so let's add this. Okay, so we can see the delete icon, right? And this icon. So let's add some functionalities, right? So that we can click here and update here, click here, update here, and possibly delete it when we reach 0 here, right? So let's minimize this. Okay, so here we're sending in callback, right? So we need callback true. So when I say underscore true here, then when I send in root, right? And since we're deleting, we just need to send in false here, right? Then here, since this is to add, we need to send in true, right? And this needs to be callback underscore true. Then here, let's create callback underscore true, right? So let me just scroll up and see if we didn't mess anything up.
Okay, so now let's uncomment this, right? So let's run it and see if our buttons work. Okay, so let's click here. Let me maximize this. Right. So let me click here, right? So here we can increase, right? So let's reduce it to 0 and see if we can delete it. Okay. So our buttons work. This works. We can add by clicking here, right? So now let's just make sure that we can get the total, right? Using these, right? So we're just gonna say quantity multiplied by the price. Then we just keep that. Then we loop then on to the next product, calculating these, right? Then let's try this one. Okay, this one works. Clear, right? And check out. So what we can do with these two, right? We're not gonna do the whole functionality and save to the database, right? We're just gonna make sure that if you click here, it's gonna ask you to clear the cart. Then if we press yes, it clears. If we press no, nothing happens, right? So we're gonna do the same here. So let's just minimize this and work on that real quick. And then we can calculate our total, right? So here, let's get rid of this. So here we have checkout and clear cart, right? So I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm gonna paste it here and here, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then replace this, then copy this and paste it here, right? So this we need to create a function. So I'm just gonna let me copy this, then paste it here and here, right? So this is going to be checkout. Let me select this here. Okay. So this is going to be clear cut callback like this, right? So this is gonna get rid of this print line and this one. So this one's going, are you sure we want to, let me just say complete server, right? Then here, are you sure you want to clear the cut like this, right? So let's just run this and see if that works. Right, so let's, are you sure you want to clear the cut? Yes, okay. Are you sure you want to complete cell? Yes, right. Let's minimize this. So the other thing we can do, right? We can check if the cart is empty before we do anything, right? So here, let's say if self dot cart, right, is equal to empty, right? We're just gonna say pass. We're not gonna do anything else. Then we're gonna run this, right? So let me copy this and put it here also. Then like this, right? Because if you look at this, right? Okay, let me remove this. So if you just clicked it was gonna ask you to clear the cart, but the cart was empty, right? So after doing what we just did, right? Let me just revert this. Okay. So if you click here, right, we don't have anything anymore, right? So we're not gonna do anything. But if we add something, If we click here, it's going to ask us, we want to clear the card, right? Then we can say yes, right? Okay. So that works, right? So now let's just work on updating this as we're adding our items to our cart, right? So let's just minimize this and do that real quick. So let's scroll up, right? Where do we have? So this is where we're adding our stuff to our receipts list, right? So we just want to make sure that we recalculate the total price at each time we add an item, right? So to do this, right, we're gonna need, let's take this line, right, and let's paste it below our for loop here, right? But then here we're just gonna say self.ads.receipts list dot children, right? So we need the children of this table, right? So let's change this to products, since the children are our products, right? So once we've done this, right, we need to loop inside these products, right? So that we can calculate our total price, right? So here we're just gonna say total underscore price is going to be, right? So if we look at this, we have quantity and price. So we need to multiply our quantity and our price, right? So here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna say our quantity, right, is going, let's say it's 1, right? So we need to say, we didn't loop here. Okay, fine. I had a feeling that we've forgotten something. So you're gonna say for X and products, right? So let's put a semicolon here, right? So we're gonna say, let's say total price. Okay, let's take this and put it here, right? So when I say total price is equal to 0, right? Like this. Or we can just make sure that it's a float. But anyways, so now what we're gonna do now, we're gonna say total price, which is set to 0, right? Plus or equal to. So what are we saying plus or equal to, right? So here we're gonna say we need to round this. So when I say round, right, what are we rounding? A float of x dot price, right? Like this. Then we need to multiply this. What are we multiplying it with? So we need to turn the quantity into an integer, right? So it was a numeric property, right? So sometimes it might be turned into a float. So let's just make sure that it's turned into an integer, right? So we're gonna say x dot quantity like this, right? So let's round it to 2 decimal places like this, right? So after we've done this, right, we need to scroll up and we call this amount, right? So when I take in amount, where did we put this? Okay, here, right? So here we're gonna say self dot amount is equal to total price like this, right? So this should fix our total amount issue, right? So let's just run this and see if this worked. Okay, so let's add this. Okay, so let's Okay, so we have 3 items costing $2 each, so the price is $6. Okay, so this works. Now we've added an item that costs 50 cents. This works. So let's add an item that costs $750. That's a very expensive burger. Okay, so this is working, right? So our total amount is working. Clearing, checking out is working, right? So let's just redesign these two buttons real quick. Then we can finish up, right? Because I'm not liking this. Like the icon is way to the left, the text is way to the left. You have a lot of space here. Or we can reduce the size of this, make them smaller and have some empty space on the left. That won't be beautiful. So let's create another custom button, right? So let's minimize this. Let's navigate to buttons.py. Right? So let's minimize this. We're not gonna need this. We're not gonna need labels. We're not gonna need tables. We're gonna need main.kv. Okay. So here we have our custom button, right? So let's copy this custom button. So this one we're gonna call it custom flat button. Right? So let's put something in here. A line of hashtags. Right. So with this one, right, let's get rid of the height. So that we can leave it here, then override it. When we're inside the main.kv, it's too far. Right. Let's get rid of the float layout like this. Then let's increase the font size to 18, right? But then the main thing we need to do is we need to align this to the center, right? Like this, right? So let's save it. So now let's create this. Let's create the class for this. Okay, so we're not gonna need an icon here, right? So let's get rid of it. So inside our main.kv, right? Where do we have our buttons? Okay. So now, right, when I have custom flat buttons, right? Then let's get rid of our icons, right? So let's run this and see how our custom flat buttons look. Okay, so these look so much better, right? So what we can do is we can increase the size of them a little bit, maybe by 10 display pixels. Then make sure this one takes in 2/3 and this one takes in 1/3, right? So let's increase the height for this to 50. And let's give this some size int x. So size underscore int underscore x. We're gonna set this to 1/3, right? This one is gonna take in 2/3. And inside our buttons.py, let's get rid of our height. Like this, right? So let's run this, and this should look much better now. Okay, so our buttons are looking much better, right? So let's maximize this. Okay. Okay. If we press this, we can update using this. We can update using a button. We can remove it using a button, or we can remove it by setting it to 0. Okay. So our UI is working just fine, right? And I hope you've learned a lot.
And if you need to know anything more about Kivy, just let me know in the comments. Okay. So the other thing, right? I'm just gonna match the color of this one to this one, right? So let's minimize this. Inside main.kv, let's scroll up. Okay, we do have that blue color right here, right? So here, let's just say RGBA. This needs to be lowercase. Put parentheses, right? So here we're just gonna say hashtag 0096C7, right? So let's run this. Okay, so I believe this is now looking way better, right? Like this, right? So thanks for tuning in. Subscribe, like, share it with your friends, and I'll catch you in the next one.